In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the Creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky, as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the OAHSPE's watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the OAHSPE, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past, and the love that will ever last, in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the Creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky, as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the OAHSPE's watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the OAHSPE, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past, and the love that will ever last, in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun. dance until the morning sun. This connection never undone. Never undone. Never undone. In the land of truth and light, where the spirits dance all night, the Creator gang shines bright, guiding us with all their might. Trumpets sound across the sky, as we raise our voices high, praising the one most high, under the OAHSPE's watchful eye. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. Harmony in every beat, our faith is concrete. Through the pages of the OAHSPE, ancient wisdom on display, teaching us the righteous way, leading us to a brighter day. With each trumpet blast, we're reminded of the past, and the love that will ever last, in this divine contrast. United in spirit, we uplift and hear it. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone. We sing songs of love and grace, in this sacred space, for the Creator gang we embrace, their wisdom we chase, with trumpets playing in tune, under the silvery moon. We dance until the morning sun, this connection never undone.
Welcome to the Jehovih Chronicles with your host, Kosmon.
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention. Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Probably for the.
Oh, what the hell going on, cuz? We'll be right back in just a second, though, man. We're gonna play a little more Jammy Jam. We'll be right back in just. Shout out to everybody in the building.
Whatever it takes. The alleyway. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. Feelings from the past, yeah, you gotta pay attention. They won't say my name, but they put it in a mention. Too much sneak dissing, yeah, we need an intervention. Right before the fall, I swear my.
And I see you back there moving around with shit, nigga. Get your mic unmuted so we can get a mic check. I see you. All right, there we go.
It's 4:30 in St. Louis.
Oh, 4:30. Well, you nigga, I've been saying Eastern Standard Time for 30 days. You know.
I thought I was early.
Nah, nigga, your ass definitely ain't early. You're late. But nigga, we ready. We in here. We got they lit. Oh, we got the people watching it in on the free side, and we got motherfuckers watching in that pay. The motherfuckers listening in on the King of YouTube side gonna be able to get this first round for free. Shout out to you, brothers. Let's get a mic check though before we even move anything. Hawk, go ahead and get the flow. You got the flow. Let's get the mic check.
1-2-1-2, peace to the tribes. You know the vibes. It is either inevitable, the incredible. Love, light, and flight.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Drop them fire emojis. I don't even want to wait no motherfucking more. Where the fuck is my coin at, man? Where my coin at? I'm supposed to have a lucky coin somewhere. Who the hell is calling my damn phone? Yeah, we got a lucky coin. Everybody blowing my motherfucking phone up all of a sudden. Shout out to everybody that's in the building. Hey, man, what y'all doing? Who came the farthest in here? I want to see some fire emojis in the chat before we even get started. Let's get some fire emojis up in this mug, man. What are we doing? What are we doing? What y'all calling? Heads or tails, my nigga? Shit.
Heads.
What y'all calling? Heads or tails?
Don't worry about it. I'll go first.
Nigga, I was just gonna drop it on the ground then, my nigga. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. We'll be right back in 2 minutes, man. Hit that like button. I'm at 60 seconds. We'll be right back. Go and get your screen ready, Kosmon. You got a 5-minute introduction. You got 25-minute rounds, and there will be a 5-minute rebuttal at the end of each round. Let's get it, man.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jam. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Is that feeling in your stomach? You can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. And the snake gon' show his face, that's how God wrote. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. And the snake gon' show his face, that's how God wrote. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. Yeah, the snake gon' show his face, that's how God wrote.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We got Hawk School. Well, Hawk School is gone now. I don't know where the fuck he at. He gone. He keeps dropping out. But this first round is on Kosmon Cal. Let me get ready to set my brother's time up properly. So you got a 5-minute introduction and a 25-minute round. I'm just gonna add that all in together. So you got a total of 30 minutes, man. Go ahead, Kosmon. You got the flow, gang.
You gotta hold on 1 second. You got
Hold
to
on.
share.
Your screen up. Your screen up.
Okay. All right. This debate is called Which Spiritual System or Book Contains the Most Aboriginal American Culture, OAHSPE, or Islam? See, in this debate, I stand in the affirmative that OAHSPE by far outweighs any so-called spiritual text in the world when it comes to Aboriginal American culture, history, nationality, and spirituality. It's a proverbial treasure chest of Aboriginal American history and culture is revealed as the key and linchpin within the pages of the Book of Earth, Sky, and Spirit, which is what OAHSPE means. Applying the sciences and the scientific method, we will prove objectively that no spiritual text in the world, let alone Islam, can hold a candle to OAHSPE when it comes to unraveling the ancient Aboriginal culture. Now, in this debate, my objective will be threefold. I will prove without a doubt that, one, when it comes to Aboriginal history, OAHSPE far surpasses any other spiritual text in the world. And two, I will prove the nationality, ethnicity, heritage, and culture of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics of the Aboriginal American. And three, I will absolutely prove without the shadow of a doubt that Allah and Muhammadism have never been, and I repeat, have never been Aboriginal to America and is actually the religion of the colonizer. See, with the current warlike state of the debate scene on YouTube, I couldn't even be blamed if I took the position of ad hominems, personal attacks, or attempting to tear down Hawk School himself. But because of the personal respect that I hold for my opponent tonight, and the fact that intelligence does not breed disrespect, I will not be using this time to attack, but to teach, as revealed in the pages of OAHSPE, Book of Discipline, for which reasons you shall explain that only facts well known or comparatively proven are light. An opinion is not light, and that whoever professes light must know the matter by his own knowledge, and that facts, numbers, figures, or axioms can demonstrate light, and that without these, then the supposed light is only darkness. See, pursue this philosophy scientifically and objectively, and you shall easily discover who among you has the highest light. And see, when it comes to the Aboriginal culture, the OAHSPE will prove itself that its light is far brighter than that of the Quran and Islam as a whole. See, remember, this is a battle of the holy books. This is a battle of the holy books. Any claims or statements made must be objectively shown in the text. For instance, you can't just make a claim that Arabic and Algonquin are the same language if your Bible is not saying that Algonquin and Arabic are the same language. Check. So how you feel or your own subjective opinion doesn't matter in this debate. Only what your book says matters. See, pay close attention to this, y'all. We see, truth is, we see Hawk get up here every week on these panels, every day, and act like a wild ass Indian. And yet, when he get into these debates, this nigga turn into Jabario Saze. Nigga, trick no good. I'm Kosmon Kruger, nigga, and it's Friday the 13th, and it's about to be a bloodbath on Baffington Street, nigga, bars. Remember, the truth never needed a crutch. The truth never needed a crutch, nor the subjective belief of the ignorant. Source, Collins Dictionary. What is the meaning of subjective? Something that is based on personal opinions and feelings, rather than on facts. But most importantly, and don't y'all ever forget, you are watching a master at work. Now, with so much information and limited time in round one, I will be using a more rapid fire teaching approach to unravel the mystery behind the culture of the Aboriginal American. But see, firstly, we must define what culture is. Culture is our customary beliefs, social forms, and material traits of a racial, religious, or social group. The set of shared attitudes, values, goals, and practices that characterizes an institution or an organization. See, even though you my brother, Hawk School, I'm about to beat you like you stole something. For the simple fact, you let big Aboriginal power gas you up into debating a book you haven't even read. OAHSPE has 1,600 pages. Impossible to read and digest in 2 weeks. So we know your whole knowledge base about OAHSPE comes from Google. It's a shame. But what's more shameful is, I believe, if you had just enough foresight to even read the cover, you wouldn't have even took this debate. But now your ego is written a check that your hands ain't cold enough to cash. Because right on the cover, right on the cover, should have let you know that when it comes to this culture of the Aboriginal American, Kosmon ain't nothing to be played with. Because see, right on the cover of the Kosmon Bible, see, Kosmon means now. So I got the Bible of now. I got the collection of books for now, not 1,500 years ago, that old ass dead shit. It ain't helping nobody today. But had you had enough common sense to at least look at the cover, you wouldn't even have took this debate. Because look what it said. Right on the cover. That OAHSPE is a history of the dominions and the lower, of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on earth for the past 25,000 years. Where did y'all niggas think heaven was? You spooky niggas thought it was in the sky? Yeah, 25,000 years worth of American history. That's older than Christianity, Islam, and Egypt put together. But I'm not going to start at 25,000 years. Oh, no. I'm about to do you bad. I'm about to start at 45,000 years ago. Question. Here go a question, y'all. Listen up. Did Islam tell you that the Americas already had a technically advanced civilization 45,000 years ago? No. But OAHSPE does. Look, book of the synopsis of 16 cycles, or the first 48,000 years after the creation of man. And look, the 10th cycle was under Miss Selectivi, chieftainess. That's a sister. That ain't even God. That's a sister. That's goddess. In the 10th cycle, in the Ark of Noah. And now, the earth was full of people. This 45,000 years ago, all the continents and lands of the earth were inhabited by man, nor was there any wilderness left where man did not dwell. And man dwelt in peace. The earth was tilled, and it brought forth abundantly everything that was good for man to eat and clothe himself with. In those days, in what days? 43,000 BC, there were great cities of hundreds of thousands of inhabitants, and thousands of such cities in all the 5 great divisions of the earth. And man built ships, listen, and sailed over the ocean in all directions around the whole world. And the angels of the Lord, by the angels of the Lord, he was taught and guided in all things. And man had books, listen, both written and printed, and in schools, right? And in schools, so they had schools. The young were taught the knowledge regarding the sun, moon, and stars, which is astrology, and all things that are upon the earth and in the waters. That's zoology. Culture. This was therefore called the first period of civilization on earth. Now, one of the greatest cultural practices of the American Indian is the ability to tell time. And since this is a debate about culture and history, every cultural event must be put on a timeline. And any assumed historical actions not backed by a timeline are just my opponent's personal emotional feelings and can't be objectively proven. He would be off topic. You get to talk about Masons, Moors, and Muhammad, you off topic. But in the prior text we just read, a date was given. Did y'all check that? A date was given for when these events were taking place. In the 10th cycle, in the Ark Anu. So the logical question that should be asked is, did Allah teach you how to tell time outside of the European ideology? If not, why not? Because the Great Spirit in America definitely taught the American Indian how to tell time. And when you know how to do it right, you can have a timetable of prophecy too. From the creation of man, of primitive man, your so-called 6 days, no, those are 6,000 years. From the creation of primitive man, right here, 80,000 years ago, down here to the 7th era, our present time, right? Now, remember, the text just stated that we had books written and printed. Of course, books made of paper don't last 45,000 years, but is there proof of a writing system in America circa 43,000 BC? Yes. And just as OAHSPE states, you see the same pictographic writing all over the world. Source, Medium Scientific Journal, 20 of the oldest cave paintings in the world. And look what we find. From India to Romania, from Thailand to Mexico, worldwide, we see the exact same pictographic writing. Now, in the Americas, the Great Spirit gave us what is called the turtle moon count. Oh, you didn't know that? But I bet you didn't know what it's called. It's called the Tori, which, by the way, is America's most ancient cosmological name. And is the source for the title Turtle Island. Book of Sitantes, check this out, 2:27. God said, to each of you, I have given a great division of the earth, and each division shall be named after you, each in its place. And then this was the rank assigned, Waga to Pan, Jud to Asia, Turi to America, Vohu, Africa, and Dis in Europe. And the lands were named after the Lords. See, the Quran, like Bible, right? Just like Bible, it mentions that the sun and moon are a way to tell time, but the absent-minded God of Islam forgot to teach you how to use the sun and the moon to tell time. The God just forgot. Let that sink in a second. But this is the Tori, the turtle, right? This is why they call it Turtle Island. Now look, Tori, or the turtle, is in fact the American scientific method of using the moon to tell time. Look, elder moon, 13 moon months. Look, right here, 28 days in a moon cycle calendar leaves you with 13 months in a year. See, so if you had ever used the term Turtle Island before, well, now you know what it means. Allah is woefully lacking on this type of American culture. The text also said, and man built ships and sailed over the ocean in all directions. Now, see, this may sound like a wild claim that man had ships 40 to 30,000 years ago, but that's only because religion has hidden, destroyed, or usurped the Antiquitech birthed by the Aboriginal culture. But if you knew that the mound builders themselves of America had a Bible, a collection of books, a Bible that literally taught them how to build boats, it would make more sense. Y'all ain't seen this. What about the Bible of the Mound Builders in OAHSPE? Look, this is a depiction of a boat, a trireme, a boat, and a canoe, right? So these are boats with sails circa 35,000 BC. So not only does this diagram scientifically and technically teach engineering through a mathematical diagram, but literally the religion is science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM. But for instance, the whole top row, listen, the whole top row, see this right here, the whole top row, that's Euclidean mathematics. Right here in the middle, this is how you find the radius of a circle. Right here, see that? That's how you circle a square. This is Euclidean mathematics 35,000 years ago. Real Aboriginal culture. But take clear notice to the 6-point star in the corner. Look, y'all see that? Y'all take clear notice of that 6-point star in the corner. That 6-pointed star, or mu, the copper
14 minutes. 14 minutes, again. 14 minutes.
3 feathers, right? See this? See the 6-point star with the copper and gold? This is called a mukagawin. And
13 minutes and 50 seconds, gang. Just want to make sure you cooking, though.
Yep. And is the representative sign. Look, see the 6? It is the representative sign of the prophet of America. But Muhammad Sandwich came with a 5-point star, not a 6, quickly and easily proving that he is not the prophet of America. But by dating the Mukagawin, the 6-point star, by dating the Mukagawin found in the archaeological record, we are able to date the Bible of the Mound Builders. So not only does James Churchward agree with this chronological assessment, but so does the paleolinguist and anthropologist and the foremost scholar on the Mound Builder people, Susan B. Martinez, PhD of Columbia University. Source, The Lost History of the Little People. And right here on the cover, we see a Mukagawin. Now, this is from page 213. Look what she says. Not only was this quote-unquote Star of David found in the American mounds, but like the Hebrews, these early Americans have first fruit ceremonies, circumcision, rite to purification, similar holy days, and commandments. But look, this cosmogonic diagram of the land of Mu is 35,000 years old, per Dr. Susan B. Martinez. Now, this is why they always confuse Indians with Israelites. But we ain't going to confuse no Muhammadans with no Indians today. That's what we're not going to do. See, not understanding that the praising, right? See, this is why they confuse them, because they don't understand that the praising of the Great Spirit would look similar irregardless to wherever you are at on the planet. But I want you to take notice of the mound structure at the center of this diagram right here. Right? Quick question. Can Allah or Islam tell you what the Paleo-Algonquin name for a mound is? I didn't think so. See, again, let me show you the higher spiritual light. It's called a hugadoa. That's what a real mound is called, a hugadoa. More culture. Book of Safar, right? My righteous shall live in mounds of earth and stone and wood. But for the light of my angels to come and abide with my people, you shall provide the hugadoa. What? The well-covered house. And it shall have one door, and the pieces shall be put in the doorway, so that when my chosen are within, all shall be dark, so that my angels may teach them. So let this sink in. What he just admitted to you was that initially the mounds were schools. Let that sink in a second. But the question must be asked, why do they call the mound, the hugadoa, a well-covered house, right? When in the picture, the mound isn't covered. And what are the mounds covered in? Take clear notice of the picture under the mound. Huh? Right here. Right? Take note of that picture. Right? This is called the sacred Umani. Source, OAHSPE, Plate 83, Bible of the Mound Builders, out of Lost History of the Little People. It says, note, the Umani, right here at the bottom, altars at center bottom, they are fashioned to this day, 2024, by the Sioux Indians. And the Umani is so wakan, or so sacred, that it may not be touched or stood over or even looked at by certain people. That's per Dr. Susan B. Martinez, but it probably still doesn't make sense to y'all till you understand that the Umani is built on top of the mound. The Umani, notice the structure, the steps, the pyramidal step type structure, right? It don't make sense till you understand that the Umani is built on top of the mound. So not only were the mounds covered up on purpose, but the true mound is now just the substructure of the sacred Umani. See, it makes sense once you know what you actually looking at. See, we see this clearly. We see the Umani around Cahokia, right? We see the taller structure in the middle. That's where the Hugadoa, or the actual mound, would be. But what's wrapped around it, what's built around it, is called the Umani. Right? And headshot to a Pan-African. This is also going to show that the step pyramidal structure in America is at least 30,000 years older than the step pyramid of Saqqara in Egypt. But see, trying to re-rock, repackage, and resell Islam as Aboriginal culture is nasty work, Hawk School. But remember, y'all got to stay sharp. This debate is not about if Islam has ties to Aboriginal culture. Remember, this debate is about which spiritual system has the most Aboriginal culture. If you ever had questions, OAHSPE has answers. Let's uncover some more of these Aboriginal facts found within OAHSPE. Firstly, we must put everything on a timeline. He can't do that, right? We are in between the 18th to 22nd arc cycle is the time we're going to be talking about, from 19,553 BC down to 3953 BC, or right here from 18, right? 19,553 to 3953. So Aboriginal fact number one. You can't just claim your text is Aboriginal to America. The text must say it's Aboriginal to the Americas. Aboriginal fact number two, the Indians of America never praised the God, only the Great Spirit, under names like Egoquimo, Manito, or Wakantanka, Geechee, as revealed in the OAHSPE, first book of God. What? The first Bible of Guatemala. The true name of America, meaning the four tribes, or the land of the crossing, Guatemala. Why do you think in Central America there is a Guatemala? It is the land of the four tribes. What is that Bible written for? For the chosen by God, for the children of America. Now look, his Bible ain't gonna say it. In America, in Guatemala, in the Middle Kingdom, in Central America, by the Sea of Sociopan, or the Gulf of Mexico. Down from heaven came who? Geechee, not God, not Allah. Geechee, the creator, the world maker, Manito. So big Indian facts is, since the fall of the Maya, Aztec, and the Indian, and the Inca, OAHSPE is the only spiritual system that is 100% Aboriginal to America. And see, that starts to make more sense once you learn that Islam and Christianity is the religion of the colonizer and surfaced in America during the colonial era. So let's learn more about the culture of the copper-colored race in America. First book of God. But you shall never again dwell with the Druks, or the warrior tribes, nor with the new red born, those with faces like new copper. Call them what? Ahua. For they shall be protectors over my chosen, the Ions, the mound builders. So this is what the mound builders call themselves, y'all. The Ahua, our forefathers, shall drive away the ball and the mule and the great serpents and all man-slaying beasts. But notice, there are serpents, balls and mules on earth, and that the Ahoans protect not only the Ions, the mound builders, but themselves also. But what is a mule and a ball? Look, remember that 8:15? A mule and a ball is lions and tigers, respectively. So OAHSPE is explaining that there was lions and tigers in America at this time. Is this even true? And at what time did they go extinct? And does it
5 minutes, Kosmon, 5 minutes.
Does it fall in between 19,000 and 4,000 BC? Yes. Look, source, history.com, 8 massive ice age animals that roam America. Look, this is Panthera atrax, or the American lion. Look, it lived in North America from the Pleistocene epoch from 340,000 years ago, before it went extinct 11,000 years ago, or that's 9,000 years. Now, but look, this is the dope part. Even though a mandible of this lion was found in 1836, this animal was not labeled a lion by science till 1971. OAHSPE revealed that they existed in 1882. Let that sink in. What about this? What about the saber-toothed tiger? They roamed all over the earth. So as OAHSPE, right? And this is why OAHSPE is unmatched. Remember, the Lord's second book correlates to the time of Su and Izaraka. Now, first of all, is this 9,000 BC in between 19 and 4? Yes. Right? And this is why OAHSPE is unmatched, right? Remember, the Lord's second book correlates to the time of Su and Izaraka, which gives us the ability to put the actions of the people on a timeline, right? So we're looking for Su. Oh, during the Ark of Izaraka. Where are we coming in? We are in between 19 and 16,000 BC, y'all. Look at the culture. The false god Allah didn't exist at that time. Let that sink in. See, Allah means the most high knowledge, but if you want to display Allah's true lack of knowledge and hence his falsehood, ask Allah this simple question. Who are the forefathers of the Aboriginal Americans? Crickets. Ain't no answers in that fake book. See, Allah is already a confused and contradictory little demon. And Hawk School, with his indoctrinated religious psychobabble, ain't making it no better. Did y'all know that this false god claims to be the creator and yet still pushes Darwinian theory of evolution in the Quran? How you know, Kosmon? Because unlike Hawk School, I actually read the Quran before I debated it. Look, source, Surah al-Baraka. Right? According to Islam, the first people on earth are Adam and Hawa, or Eve. They are born in the garden, told not to eat from a specific tree, and got tricked by Satan. Did we just catch Allah with his hand in the cookie jar, stealing from Christ and the Christians? But is it true that Islam is claiming that you were once a monkey? Yes. Source. The Quranic compassion, the Quran.love, the Quranic passion. Do humans have common ancestors with chimpanzees and gorillas? The theory of evolution has many different aspects to it. Firstly, do all life forms have common ancestry, right? Well, look what he dropped down. Let's drop down and see what he said. He said, we will deal with the first question here only. Do we have common ancestry? Look what the Quran says. The answer to that is a resounding yes. The humans and chimpanzees share a common ancestor some 5 to 6 million years ago. Does evolution sound like American culture to you? Funny, but that's exactly how Hawk School Arabic master teachers look like. Look, like monkeys in a turban. Look. But let's see what the Book of Earth, Sky, and Spirit has to say about the forefathers of the American Aboriginals. Who are the Ahoans, right? Per OAHSPE glossary, the Ahoans, the half-breed between the Ions, the mound builders, and the Druks, the warrior tribes. The who? The copper-colored race. We only talking about America. Source, first book of God. The first Ahoans' names were Oidu. At the same time, at the time soon after that, the second man, whose name was Kakau. So Oidu and Kakau, they were the first tribes of copper-colored niggas in the land of America after the flood. Not one man and one woman. Whole tribes of people. And look, and they dwelt together, marrying and begetting offspring, dwelling in peace. And the Ions, the mound builders, taught them all things so that they became an honor on the earth and a glory to the creator, but they were so mixed together that one tribe had no preference over another. So by commandment of God, they were called the tribe of Oidu Kakau of the Middle Kingdom, Wanayapanagosa in Central America. Look, 816, pronunciation. Oidu Kakau is a combination word referring to the commingling of two tribes, not Adam and Eve, but the Oidu and the Kakau and their descendants. But because Hawk is an indoctrinated dupe, enslaved to Islamic religious ideology, he will ignorantly lie to you, but also lie to you on purpose. For instance, he's going
to the Bat League. This is Big Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Bat League.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. That was the end of the round. Oh, yeah, that's yes, sir. That's the end of the round. So when y'all see that, y'all know that's the end of the round. Shout out to my brother Kosmon Cal coming out with that fucking heat. First round, man. Shout out to everybody that's listening in. We about to get into my brother Hawk School round. Let's get it. Hawk School, you got a 5-minute introduction and your 25-minute round. There also is a 5-minute rebuttal at the end of every round. So you also got a 5-minute rebuttal, brother. You got the floor.
Yo, piece of the tribes, man. I guess this guy is taking pseudo to a whole new height, right? Drawings from some kindergartner and a whole lot of nothing. But that's not what we came to do, right? It's the young pseudo trial. All right. This guy doesn't even have a real copy of his own book talking about what I haven't read. Let's begin with, for my introduction, right? Just to give you a little break of the monotony, because he still hasn't shown us any American Indian culture. So let's start with, not only will I show and prove through these sources after sources, but let's see what's being practiced by the so-called.
You're a little staticky. You're a little staticky. I don't know what that is, but I'm just letting you know. But go ahead. We're gonna try to get through it. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, you good. It still sounds a little staticky, but I think we'll be able to work through it. Let me ask the chat. Chat, it's a little staticky, but can y'all still hear him display his information? Drop a fire emoji if you can. Put a 2 in the chat if you can't. If you can't really hear him. Let me know in the chat now, you guys. Let me know in the chat. Drop those fire emojis if he's good. Yeah, y'all let me know. Shout out to everybody in the building. This is the bottom of the first round, you guys. Somebody put a 2, it's a couple fire emojis. So we got mixed feelings. A lot of people putting fire emojis. Go ahead, Hawk. We're gonna better work. We're gonna try to work through
it. I shouldn't have any mic issues unless there's something going on through StreamYard. Let me check my settings and make sure I'm turned up. Echo cancellation. Yeah, I shouldn't have any issues. I should be loud and clear. So I digress. All right. Let's start with an actual observation, right? Because that's what science is based on. Now, these are the so-called Gullah Geechee, right? And this is actually the culture of Islam being practiced in plain sight. All right.
America, put some jabbers in the chat. Hit that like, share the live stream.
Subscribe to the Unconquered Tribe. You are now live with the incredible.
On a quiet chain of islands off the South Carolina and Georgia coast is an almost forgotten community called the Gullah or Geechee people.
The name of God, most gracious, most merciful, we give thanks and praises to God Almighty, Lord of all the worlds, Master of the day of judgment. Thee do we worship, and thy aid we beseech. Show we the straight way, the way of those who aim to go astray. Amen.
Call this door telling the truth.
Now, without further ado, let's get to the young pseudo trial. Why don't we? All right. Now, he did a whole lot of talking about nothing, but as you see, right, as you plainly see, the so-called American Aboriginal not only practices the culture of Islam, but is still practicing the culture of their ancestors. All right. We pretty much can end the whole thing there, but I have quite a bit prepared for you, and you spent your money, but the debate's pretty much over. Now, there are many who believe, and yeah, I wrote this myself, so make sure you recognize I went to a lot of work for you. There are many who believe that quote unquote Islam is a religion. Some people will even sink to the bottomless pits of oblivion, then ascend with the preposterous idea that this perfect way has been created by men. These gropers in darkness proclaim that Islam was created by the Vatican. But how? Let us first see what guidance has been given to Muslims regarding these matters. The word deen is the English transliteration of the Arabic word, which means way. Right? In the Quran, Al-Imran 3:19, we read, "Indeed, the religion in the sight of Allah is Islam, and those who were given the scripture did not differ except after knowledge had come to them out of jealous animosity between themselves." Now, this literally translates to the way in the sight of God is peace, because again, this is a English translation, and the word is anadina yusarum, right? Indeed, this is a religion of ease. The way in the sight of God is peace, right? In the sight of the Most High, right? He already showed on his own slideshow, right, that Allah means the Most High. But for some reason, he's so clouded by devils that he can't even see the truth in his own text. Nowhere do we find the word religion in the text of the Quran. It is merely a mistranslation of the way. Peace is the way. This is our law. We hear this same sentiment resonating in the American Aboriginal Great Law of Peace. There are numerous treaties referred to as peace and friendship treaties. We will not go too deep in this area of history due to time constraints. However, these are facts well known by the learned men and women amongst us. This ideology of quote unquote peace as the way could never be conceivable by any of the previous popes or the Roman Catholic Church, as they are the forerunners of war, not peace. The Crusades proved this. The first papal council was held in 1868. Why would any wise man, woman, or child accept the outlandish belief that this world power would cease meeting for 300 years? We have a list of Catholic basilicas that were formerly mosques, or mezquitas, which is the Spanish word for American Indian holy places. The Knights of Columbus speak of Spanish exploits in the Americas in which mezquitas or mejoquitas, mosques, could be seen by the ships upon arrival to the shores of America. So let's start there. Here we have from historyofislam.com, right? The colonization of the Americas by the Spanish was an extension of the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula. Muslims had ruled much of Spain for over 700 years. I said Muslims had ruled Spain for over 700 years, dominating Europe culturally, educationally, and economically. The early explorers were in many cases Spanish soldiers who had fought in Spain or Africa and sailed the seas to destroy the power of Islam. They recognized the influence of Islam wherever they journeyed and did everything in their power to convert the people to Catholicism. When Hernan Cortez, the conqueror of Mexico, arrived in the Yucatan, he named the area El Cairo. The men of Cortez and Juan Pizarro, the conqueror of Peru, some of who had taken direct part in the struggle against Muslims, called the Indian temples mezquitas, mejoquitas, Spanish for masjid. Ironically, the first Christian to see the American land, Rodrigo de Triana, or Rodrigo de Lepe, on his return to Spain, I said on his return to Spain, folks, became a Muslim, abandoning his Christian allegiance. Columbus did not give him any credit, nor did the king give him any recompense. Now, to further illustrate that, we see here the list of mosques in Spain that have become Catholic basilicas. Let's not digress too far. He spoke of 1,000 years, right? As if his pseudo dentist, right, was going to tell us something that hadn't already been revealed to us in the Quran, right? Verily, a day in the sight of thy Lord is like 1,000 years of your own reckoning. Surah 22, verse 47. He goes on and on and on about Euclidean mathematics. Well, sir, the Arabs preserved the Euclidean mathematics by translating Euclid's quote-unquote elements into Arabic during the Islamic Golden Age, particularly through the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, and extensively studying, commenting on, and transmitting these texts through the medieval periods, ensuring their continued availability when Europe was experiencing dark ages, right? Your white prophet was living in the dark. Here we see it reiterated. Continue reading. Birthplace of the Creek Confederacy from accessgenealogy.com. All right. Because we have to establish what culture is, because this guy's just doing a lot of pseudo babble, right? He says he divines culture, right? But does he really know what culture is? Let's revisit it. It's the arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievement regarded collectively, right? It's the customs, arts, and social institutions and achievements of a particular nation, people, or social group. So in order for us to show and prove, we're going to have to go before Kosmon, right? We're going to have to bring the BKs out, right? Before 1848, when this white dentist got possessed, right? The Quran says, our Lord raised from among them a messenger who will recite to them your revelations, teach them the book and wisdom, and purify them. Indeed, you alone are the Almighty, the wise. The book. The book itself is a American Aboriginal culture, as you'll soon find out, right? And what does the book say? It says those we have given the book follow it as should be followed. It is they who truly believe in it. And as for those who reject it, well, it is they who are the losers. Well, what can our American Indian ancestors tell us in regards to this book? According to the Cherokee Advocate, October 26, 1844, when Sequoyah, the inventor of the Cherokee alphabet, was trying to introduce it among his people about 1822, a long time before the Kosmon era. Some of them opposed it upon the ground that Indians had, opposed it upon the grounds that Indians had no business with reading. They said that when the Indian and the white man were created, the Indian, being the elder, was given a book, while the white man received a bow and arrows. Each was instructed to take good care of his gift and make the best use of it. But the Indian was so neglectful of his book that the white man soon stole it from him, leaving the bow in its place, so that books and reading now belong of right to the white man, while the Indian ought to be satisfied to hunt for a living. So here we see that our ancestors still reiterated the book, right? And now we see what has happened, right? This white man is going to tell us he taught us that a year in the sight of the Most High was 1,000 years, right? When we know that the oldest known Quran script, right, being held at the University of Birmingham, a Quran manuscript held by the University of Birmingham, has been placed among the oldest in the world thanks to modern scientific methods. All right. recently radiocarbon dated copy of the 7th century Quran at the University of Birmingham. So while he's showing you some, I don't even know if it's a PowerPoint. It looks like a Excel spreadsheet, right? According to Muslim tradition, the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, received the revelation that formed the Quran, the scripture of Islam, between the years AD 610 and 632, the year of his death. At this time, the divine message was not compiled into the book form in which it appears today. Instead, the revelations were preserved in the memories of men. Again, this is American Aboriginal culture, right? Oratory. Everything was word of mouth. We were taught from the laps of our ancestors, from the feet of our ancestors. And these laws which we were taught, we held so fast to that they became engraved on the hearts of the elect. But this is a concept that white men, right, who pitch tents will never fully conceive. Parts of it had also been written down on parchment, stone, palm leaves, and in the shoulder blades of camels. Caliph Abu Bakr, the first leader of the Muslim community after Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, ordered the collection of all Quranic materials in the form of a book. The final authoritative written form was completed and fixed under the direction of the third leader, Caliph Uthman, in about AD 650. So he talks a good talk with all this ancient, what are these people's names? Huba Takuka, Kabuka, right? Like, what is this guy talking about? Radiocarbon analysis has dated the parchment on which the text is written to the period between AD 568 and 648 with 95.4% accuracy, folks. The test was carried out in a laboratory at the University of Oxford. The result places the leaves close to the time of the Prophet Muhammad, who is generally thought to have lived between AD 570 and 632, right? So we have the writings at the actual time of the Prophet. Researchers conclude that the Quran manuscript is among the earliest written textual evidence of the Islamic holy book known to survive. This gives the Quran manuscript in Birmingham global significance to Muslim heritage and the study of Islam. The test carried out on the parchment of the Birmingham folios yield the strong probability that the animal from which it was taken was alive during the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad or shortly afterward. This means that the parts of the Quran that are written on this parchment can, with a degree of confidence, be dated
Let's
to less than...
get a mic check. I just paused your time. Let's get a mic check. Mic check. You sound a little staticky. I don't know if it's just me, but go ahead and continue. I just want to let you know. If you just in case you was moving around, but go ahead, you got to continue. Oh, damn. How the hell did he get to the back? Hello?
Mic check, mic check.
You good, you good, you good.
Yeah, there's, I got some, I don't know what's going on with the StreamYard, but
yeah, this shit tweaking.
I shouldn't be having a mic issue. You hear me loudly and clearly?
You good. It's still a stacky, but you got it though. We rock. You was cooking. Everything back good.
I'll start from the top. It says the test carried out on the parchment of the Birmingham folios yield a strong probability that the animal from which it was taken was alive during the lifetime of the Prophet Muhammad or shortly afterwards. This means that the parts of the Quran that are written on this parchment can, with a degree of confidence, be dated to less than 2 decades after Muhammad's death. These portions must have been in a form that is very close to the form of the Quran read today, right? Supporting the view that the text has undergone little or no alteration and that it can be dated to a point very close to the time it is believed to be revealed, right? So we have to do away with some of these misconceptions. Say, whoever is an enemy to Gabriel, it is he who has brought it down upon your heart, O Muhammad, by permission of Allah, right? He continues to say that Gabriel is some type of God to the Muslims. He's already told us himself on his own PowerPoint that Allah means most high.
So why do I have to translate this for this man, right? Says that it's by the permission of the Most High. But I know most of this is before your era. And of course, because he serves a white prophet, a white God, he doesn't want you to know what Islam teaches. He doesn't want you to know what the Quran teaches. He insinuates that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, is a white man to justify his own adherence to a pale-faced devil. The Quran reiterates this as it says, the day the horn will be blown. And for those who are new here, that is the day of judgment, folks. And on that day, we will gather the criminals. Well, who are the criminals? That day, they will be blue-eyed. And again, we've already shown and proved that this script is over 15 centuries old. But somehow, the Most High knew who the criminals would be. This is a narration given by Imam Tirmidhi, 279 AH, in both Jami al-Tirmidhi and Shama'il al-Muhammadiyah, narrated from Humid al-Tawil, right? That Anas ibn Malik said, right? Because he wanted to bring out weak hadiths. Well, this is what Anas ibn Malik said about the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, was of medium height, neither very tall nor short. He had a beautiful body, asmar complexion, and his hair were neither curly nor straight. He walked as though he descended from a height. Anas also narrated, there are multiple reports, right? Multiple reports. And again, you see the same reiteration of the same hadith. This time it says Asmar al-Lan, right? Now, when you see this description, good build, brown in complexion, his hair wasn't curly or straight, and he walked. When he walked, he swayed slightly. So he had a little player to his step, right? But he wants you to think this is a white man because he worships a white God. There are multiple reports in hadith that describe the prophet's skin color as brown, in case you didn't know what asmar meant. Like the following from the Jami of Tirmidhi, which we have already read. The messenger of Allah was neither tall, such that he would stand out, nor was he short. He was not albino white, al-abiyad al-amhaq, nor was he deep black, right? Because black, Adam, means black in Arabic, folks, right? He wants you to say this isn't a book for and about your ancestors. He wants to whitewash your culture away. Well, folks, in Arabic, Adam means black, right? His hair was neither very curly nor completely straight.
14 minutes and 30 seconds.
If you go to Ancestry.com, they'll tell you from the Dictionary of American Family Names, 2nd edition, 2022, folks, right? Asmar is a surname, literally means brown or dark skin. Well, what does Asmar mean in Arabic? Well, the English translation could be black, brown, or tan. So why is he coming up here lying, right, to protect his white God? Here we see a verse where Moses was advised by the Most High, and it says, insert your hand into the opening of your garment, it will come white without disease. Now, if these people are white, right, how's your hand going to turn white if it's already white? So here we see one of the signs that Moses was sent with, right, is that his hand would turn white without disease, right? Nigga, like, am I sick? Because we think white Moses be sick, you know what I'm saying? No, without disease, Moses. And drawing your arm close to you from fear, for those are two proofs from your Lord to Pharaoh, right, and his establishment. Indeed, they have been a people defiantly disobedient. We know that the First Vatican Council was in 1869, right? We have to lay down some groundwork for some of these myths, right, that have been carried on for years to walk away the culture of the true American Aboriginal. The First Vatican Council was in 1869, right? The Pope was referring to the rising influence of rationalism, liberalism, and materialism. Preparations for the council were directed by a central commission and subcommissions, all right, blah, blah, blah. The statement of the Pope's authority was approved only after long and heated debate. What, they're having a debate about the Pope's authority in 1869? Well, the decree states that the true successor of St. Peter has full supreme power of jurisdiction over the whole church, that he has the right of free communication, blah, 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 all right? After the discussion on infallibility, the council fathers were permitted to leave Rome for a few months before they could return, however. The Piedmontese troops occupied Rome, and on October 20th, 1870, right, it was suspended indefinitely. And they had completed only a small fraction of the work planned. So you mean to tell me in 1870, the church hadn't even finished building itself? And we're supposed to believe that it created a culture with a manuscript that has been carbon dated to be 1,500 years old? Are we to assume that Allah in the middle of Tallahassee has nothing to do with Allah? What does the Quran tell us? O mankind, indeed, we have created you from male and female and made you what, folks? Tribes and sub-tribes. Why, folks? That you may recognize one another. All right, we don't recognize this guy. Does anybody recognize Wolverine? Right? From the Kosmon era? Does anybody recognize this white God? Because the Quran teaches us, oh mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female, made you tribes and sub-tribes, that you may recognize one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Indeed, the Most High is knowing and aware. Here we see the hand of Fatima, which is believed to have originated in Carthage. This is what they believe. An ancient city in present-day Tunisia, in the 2nd millennium BCE, folks, initially a symbol for the Phoenician goddess Tenet. The hand was later absorbed into Jewish iconography as the hand of Miriam. While its subsequent use in Christian imagery as the hand of Mary was limited, it went on to become a widespread symbol among medieval Muslims. Following the now established tradition of naming the hand after a protective female figure, it was called the hand of Fatima. Right? After the daughter of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, and the 5 fingers of the hand came to represent the 5 members of the Al-Bayt, the Prophet's family, Muhammad, Fatima, her husband Ali, and their sons Hussein and Hassan. Well, what does that have to do with us, Hawk? Well, the rattlesnake disc in Moundville site, Moundville is an excellent example of a powerful religious image of the hand and eye motif. Moundville's rattlesnake disc, pictured to your right, offers us the best version, although numerous variations occur in pottery. Folks, unlike American society, right? Unlike Mormon society, unlike the Kosmon era, right? Where government and religion are largely separate, the native Mississippian political and sacred beliefs were intertwined. Archaeologists conclude that the sacred symbols engraved on stone artifacts, shell ornaments, and finely made pottery or embossed on sheet copper linked the ruling elites with with heavenly powers, supernatural beings who controlled the forces of nature, the outcome of warfare, and access to the afterlife. If followers obeyed their rulers' demands for goods and labors, they believed that their devotion would be rewarded with good fortune in both this life and the afterlife. And here you see a side-by-side written in stone, right? The hand of Fatima. They tell us it came from Carthage. Well, it was already here, just like us. Islam teaches us paradise lies at the foot of your mother, although his God cheated on his wife and got another woman pregnant, which is not American Indian culture. One of the most popular and oft-quoted hadith sayings attributed to the Prophet Muhammad is narrated by Muwayya bin Jahima al-Salami and reported by Imam Ibn Hanbal. Hadith relates how al-Salami went to the Prophet Muhammad and said, "O Messenger of Allah, I desire to go on the military expedition and I have come to consult you." Now, they tell us that the Muslims are warmongers. He wants to go to war. Well, what advice do you have for him? The Prophet responded by asking, "Do you have a mother?" Al-Sulami replied, "Yes." The Prophet told him, "Stay with her, because paradise lies beneath her feet. Come, I will recite what your Lord has prohibited to you, that you not associate anything with him. And to parents, good treatment, right? And do not kill your children out of poverty. We will provide for you and them. And do not approach immoralities. This is the culture of the American Indian. What is apparent of them and what is concealed. And do not kill the soul which Allah has forbidden to be killed except by legal right. This as he instructed you, that you may that you may use reason." See, we're not receiving any practical instruction from this guy. Just a whole lot of gibberish. This is from the History of the American Indian, 1775, 100 years before his white prophet ever came around deciding who we were, right? And it says, the red Hebrew imagines their temples to have such a typical holiness more than any other place, that if they offered up the annual sacrifice elsewhere, it would not atone for the people, but rather bring down the anger of Ishtahulu Abba. Right? He told us Abba was an Arabic word. And utterly spoil the power of their holy places and holy things. They who sacrifice in the wood do it only on the particular occasions now mentioned, unless incited by a dream, which they esteem a momentary lesson of the deity, according to a familiar opinion of the Hebrews. To conclude this argument, it is well known that the heathens offered the most abominable and impure sacrifices to a multiplicity of idol gods, some on favorite high places, others in thick grove day. Offering of their own children were made, and they likewise prostituted their young women in honor of their deities. The former is so atrocious in the eyes of the American Hebrews that they reckon there needs no human law to prevent so unnatural a crime. And as to the latter, if even a great war leader is known to cohabitate with his own wife while sanctifying himself according to their mode on any religious occasion, he is deemed unclean for the space of 3 days and nights. Or should he, during the annual atonement of sins, the annual atonement of sins, much like the month of Ramadan, when the American Indians would fast and celebrate with
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
After the fast to expiate their sins. Right? It seemed so dangerous a pollution as to demand a strict exclusion from the rest of the sanctified headmen and warriors to the general atonement has been made at the temple to appease the offended deity. Now, he says we don't have any temples. We don't have any gods except for his white God, right? It's spiritualist. But what is spiritualism? Or belief that spirits of the dead can communicate with the living via a medium, right? So this guy he's claiming is his white God is a medium communicating with the dead. Although spiritualism was known and largely accepted in the New York of the time, seances were popular among the rich, and Nubro, his God, his prophet, had been hosting them in his apartment on West 34th Street for decades. Some quarters received OAHSPE with hostility. A quote-unquote new Bible was a bit harder to reconcile with Christianity than simple communication with spirits. especially when that Bible claimed that Jesus was actually a crafty angel named Lo Mung, who had tricked the other angels and minor deities into electing him chief divinity of the universe. Wait, what? A New York Times article from 1883 describes an interaction between Nuremberg, and a heckler in an early meeting. A spiritualist is what he is, folks. One who believes in the ability of the living to communicate with the dead via medium. 1852, these are images drawn by his prophet. These are images to be found inside of his temple. It's a reproduction of a painting by John Ballou Newborough, lost in the flood while in storage in El Paso, Texas. The complex iconography of the painting, said to be 17 feet tall and 10 feet wide, depicted a central tenet of OAHSPE theology, that Christianity was founded when a powerful spirit usurped and distorted the teachings of the Jewish prophet Jesus. Sometimes referred to as the three worlds, the painting depicts the three realms outlined by OAHSPE. Wait, what? Is this what you think American Aboriginal culture is? Is this the book you think the Cherokee Indians are speaking about? The American Indians, the Aboriginals of America? Does this look recognizable to you, tribe? Yeah. It's a young pseudo trial. You be the judge. Y'all got it.
Welcome to the Bat League. This is Big Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Bat League.
Hey, Jim, buzz the fuck up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Asking where the Aborigines at, bro. Do it, Jim. Y'all know my song. Turn me up.
Shout out to everybody in the building, man. It's your brother, Big Aboriginal Power, and this is the Big Aboriginal Power Debate League, man. This is Cosmic Cow versus Hawk School. For those that was just listening in on the King of YouTube, y'all have listened to the first round. You can purchase the pay-per-view to watch the continuing in the rest of this debate. We're going to get into the top of the second round. Kosmon, we're coming up on you after the 60 seconds. We'll be right back. Drop those fire emojis for these niggas, man. They cooking. Let's go.
See, my life has been in motion. I'm a little windy. I'm not giving up yet. If you with me, time to place up your bet. Ain't no turning back. Got niggas who ran. When we caught his ass, got caught in that jail. Yeah, you know who I am. Yeah, you know who I am. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. There's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. There's that feeling in your stomach, you can feel it coming. Yeah, you can feel it coming. Fake love, snake you in your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. And the snake gon' show his face, that that's how God wrote. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. And the snake gon' show his face, that that's how God wrote. Too much fake love, that snake you in your face, love. Your face, love. That snake you in your face, love. I told my brothers we gon' make it, that's how God wrote. Yeah, the snake gon' show his face, that that's how God wrote.
Yo. Kosmon. Let's get a mic check. You have to open up the mics. Let me know what's up with it. Mic check.
Can I be heard?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got a 5-minute rebuttal real quick, and I just going right into my round, correct?
I'm gonna put all your shit together, so you got a full 30 minutes. You got it cracking. Let's get it.
Okay. See, I told y'all, Hawk was gonna come with that sassy ass Jabario Saze energy. Check. One, right? First point is he ain't on topic. The topic is who has the most Aboriginal history and culture in their text. He ain't went in the text and showed nothing about Aboriginal America. 2, right? And 3, he kept screaming about Tallahassee and Chief Tallahassee. Let me show you Chief Tallahassee, because he keep trying to act like Chief Tallahassee a nigga or he got anything to do with Aboriginal Americans. This is Chief Tallahassee. That's a Mongoloid. That's not no nigga. So stop with that. Just like I was saying, because Hawk is an indoctrinated dupe, enslaved to Islamic religious ideology, he will ignorantly lie to you, but he will lie to you on purpose also. So, for instance, he's going to try to tell a lie that Arabic is based from Algonquin. Let's expose this fake Pan-African talking point. Source, history of the Arabic language. What language is Arabic derived from? Proto-Semitic. Arabic is descended from a language known in the literature as Proto-Semitic. This relationship places Arabic firmly in the Afro-Asiatic world group of languages. Body blow. See, well, what is the name of the Proto-Algonquin script, Kosmon, since Allah don't know? Source, first book of God. Remember that A16 up here? What is the name of the language? The compounded names like Oidu Kakau in this American history portion are in the Yeehaw language. Y'all don't know that. Deal with that cognitive dissonance. So the name of the Proto-Algonquin tongue is Yeehaw, pronounced Yeehaw or Yah, depending on the dialect. You see, even our cultural expressions have physical and spiritual ties, revealing why the Indian cowboy uses it as a word of force. See, I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. See, now you my boy, right? You my boy, Hawk, but honestly, your blind and uncritical adherence to Islam got you looking bad. See, you off topic talking about everything but what your book is saying. Problem is what your book isn't saying. And what it doesn't say is the words Aboriginal, American, or Indian, dagger, throughout the whole book, not even once. But let's reveal some of this Aboriginal culture that Allah don't know about. What did the Indians call themselves? First book of God. But the people called themselves Angwi, the same that has endured to this day and is called Indian. So do the Indians still call themselves Angwi today? Yes. Source, American Anthropologist, Volume 8, The Origins of the Iroquois. They have been called what? The Romans of the West, and they proudly called themselves Angwi. Angwi, meaning men surpassing all others, headshot. Remember, this debate is about which spiritual system has the most Aboriginal culture. Only OAHSPE has the names and deeds of the 8 great primary Aboriginal kings of America, circa 7,000 to 4,000 BC. What about Lanagoo? This is stuff you ain't never even heard of. King of Oostabagan, who was the great-grandson of Pawehaha, who built the canal Osceola, or what we know as the Mississippi. Let that sink in. A nigga created the Mississippi, which extended from the Sea of Hula Hula Pan, or Lake Superior, to the plains of Aguiawalachoba, or Louisiana, near the Sea of Sociopan, the Gulf of Mexico. What about Higothoga, King of Kings, whose temple was roofed with copper and silver, and his 10,000 boats, right, canoes, plied the canal, extending along, carrying copper and silver from the north to the regions of the cities of the valley of Hambinampanpan, or what we know today as the Arkansas Valley, to the cities of the mountains of Orangala-Chacha, or the Ozarks, down to the Gayi, or the Rockies. What about Tisangamba, king of the city of Chusembapan, in the plains of Eros Gamas, or in Nicaragua, with 12 tributary cities extending along the river from Cocoa River to the St. Isabella Mountains. What about Shiawassee, of the city of Ainustaha, or what we today call Nashville? Y'all don't know that the real name of Nashville is Inustaha, right? And tributary to Shiawassee were 27 cities and their king. Shiawassee was the son of Pawassa, grandson of Satamaka, who built the Great Eastern Canal. The Asiowagalacola, or the Mississippi that flows east, which is today called the Tennessee and the Cumberland, in the rich valley of Tinowaragasi, or the Tennessee Valley. See, big Indian facts is that the Tennessee and the Cumberland rivers are the only two eastward flowing rivers that come off the Mississippi, period. Bag drop. What about Huaga, king of the city of Ustengugala, which had 17 tributary cities and tens of thousands of people, and his kingdom extended from sea to sea in the Middle Kingdom in Panama. Here stood the Temple of Giloth with 1,000 columns. Question: has science been able to find an ancient temple in Panama with rows of ancient columns? Yes. See, the Temple of Giloth is now known as El Caño. We in America. See, this is a pre-Columbian necropolis discovered for the first time in 1925. The mystery still persists around the true origin of the ancient population that lived at this site. See, mystery solved. See, not only do we now know who lived in El Caño, right? But OAHSPE revealed that it was there 43 years before it was found. Proving that OAHSPE clearly has more Aboriginal history, but more also proving that OAHSPE is a primary for Aboriginal history. What about Penimbata, king of the city of Lascarazaki, or what we know today as Memphis, on the high Higola Opa, or the Tennessee Plateau? Here was situated the what? The School of College and Great Learning, called the Azahoho Potan. Y'all not as Indian as you think you is if you don't know this. What about Hojab, son of Tusin Tusi, founder of the guilds of Wubu Hakak? Hojab city, capital city, was called Faranjankoma on the plains of Higao, what we know today as Southern Ohio. Now, listen to the name, Faranjankoma, right? This is possibly the source of the French children's song, Ferajanka, Ferajanka, dormez-vous. Because Ferajanka, just like Brother John, can't be found today. We don't know exactly where it is. What about Hiruska and his capital city of Hihosukutu, which is situated in the plains of Mesogawanchula, or Indiana, North Ohio, and the Pennsylvania, or what we call Erie and Winrow land, and extending eastward to the mountains of Ganzuhus, or at the Appalachians, to the valleys of the river of Anopanagasa, or the Ontario, down to the Portawawichi, or what we call Lake Erie. Between the great kings, right? Between these great kings, there were great capitals where thousands of rivers crossing the entire country in every direction, from east to west and from north to south, so that the seas of the north were connected to the seas of the south. The people traveled in canoes and carried the products of the land to all directions. Besides the canals mentioned, there were 7 other great canals named after the kings who built them. Listen, they built them. And they extended across the plains in many directions, but chiefly east to west. Those 7 rivers are known as the Ohio, the Snake, the Columbia, the Red River, the Colorado, the Rio Grande, and the Yukon up here. Right? OAHSPE goes on to make a wondrous claim that the American Indians literally carved the great rivers themselves. Look, this is the first book of God, right? In those days, what days? In between 7,000 and 4,000 BC. What happened? Kings and learned men set their hearts on building canals. This is in America. They set their hearts on building canals and finding the places and roadways for them. And the great glory and honor of man at that time, 7,000 to 4,000 BC, lay in this achievement. Look, Our ancestors carved the whole country up. This is Aboriginal culture. Remember, this debate is about which book has the most Aboriginal culture in it. Notice he hasn't shown one thing in that book that's Aboriginal yet. Now let Kosmon show you America's great sciences. What about the first? Let's go to the first book of God. See, in those days, the kings and learned men set their hearts on building canals or rivers and finding places and roadways for them. And the great glory and honor of man at that time lay in this achievement. This is the science of hydrology. While not solely focused on rivers, hydrology is the broader study of water movement on Earth, including rivers, and is a related field. And then it goes on to say, Engichi, perceiving the virtue and wisdom of men, sent angels to teach man the mystery of canal making. This is the science of fluvial geomorphology, the science studying rivers, and the processes associated with them is called fluvial geomorphology. Fluvial specifically referring to rivers and streams in the context of geography and earth science. It also says to teach him to compound clay with lime and sand to hold water. This science is called geopolymerism, right? Geopolymerization, excuse me. This is called, and this is called hydraulic cement, or AK what we know today as quickcrete. See, amazing. OAHSPE is revealing in 1882 that the major river systems in the North America were not only created by the North American Indians, but that the floor of the Mississippi is aligned with lime and iron-based hydraulic cement. But can we prove this objectively and scientifically? Yes. Source, OAHSPE. Source, United States Department of the Interior Geological Survey. The clay investigations in the southern states from 1934 to 1935 on page 100. It said the clay samples were collected, the party were examined in the laboratory and Bureau of Industrial Chemistry at the University of Texas under the direction of David McKnight. According to McKnight, the clay samples received were first given a preliminary test, right? And they were all the same as to color, hardness, plasticity, and state of purity were noted. The nature of the deposits near San Antonio from the Mississippi, this is going from Mississippi all the way to San Antonio, is such that nearly all the samples are soft of medium to high plasticity, and and they contain iron stains and occasional lime pebbles as impurities. That's a headshot. How OAHSPE know that in 1882? Also, to teach man to find the Gao, or what we know as the elevation and the level. This science is called altimetry, right? We practicing all this shit 9,000 years ago, y'all. Who has more Aboriginal culture? Who's showing you? Which, right? Altimetry, which primarily involves the techniques of surveying, particularly leveling, to determine a location's height above sea level and the force of water. This science is called fluid dynamics. Fluid dynamics is a sub-discipline of fluid mechanics and describes the flow of fluids, liquids, and gases, right? The angels also taught man to make pots and kettles and to burn clay in suitable shapes. This is the science of ceramics. To find copper ore and silver ore, gold and lead for the floors of the oracle chambers. This science is the science of metallurgy. Right? Remember, this debate is about which spiritual system has more Aboriginal culture. Now, he must prove undoubtedly that Muhammad and Allah were in America teaching this to Aboriginal Americans in 7000 BC.
15 minutes.
Now, see, if you can't do that, you need to just go ahead and log out because you already lost. See, source, first book of God, headshot. See, and they taught man how to suffer copper like dough, how to harden copper like flint rocks for axes and mattocks. They don't even know what a mattox is. It's a shovel for building rivers. This is scientific practice is called annealing. Let's show some more. They taught man how to work the ore in the fire and melt it, and how to make lead in the sheets like cloth. This is the science of smelting. Right? Taught man how to till the soil and grow wheat and corn. This is the science of horticulture and farming. Taught the women how to grind it and make bread. This science is called molecular gastronomy. Molecular gastronomy is the branch of food science that examines the physical and chemical changes that occur when food is cooked. They also taught the hunters how to slay the lion, the tiger, and the mastodon. So we know this is not new. This is ancient Aboriginal culture. That science is called predatory hunting skills. And see, notice, the book of Earth, Sky, and Spirit, or OAHSPE, is revealing that 4,000 years earlier than science is willing to give the American credit for, you had already mastered these sciences and scientific techniques. See, if y'all see that we have shown these techniques 7,000 years, 4,000 years before science gives you credit for it, right? Hit me with a 1 in the chat. But let me take this a step further. But not only does OAHSPE clearly have the most Aboriginal American history, but it is the only spiritual book in the world that clearly tells you the Negro of America is the Indian of America. See, won't Creator do it? Yes, he will. Remember, the large color Aboriginal in America is called Ahuan, and the descendants of the Ahuans are called Angui, or Indians. So let's see how the Creator describes the American Indian phenotypically, right? Third book of the Lords. And the Anguis, the Indians, came suddenly into the world. By the thousands and thousands they came in the north, south, east, and west. And they had, long, black, coarse nigger hair. They had long, black, coarse nigger hair. But hold on. But their skin was brown, copper colored, and their arms were short like the irons. Very proud were these Indians, these Anguis, the term in the Paleo-Algonquin. And notice this part here where they say their arms are short, right? That means because you're physically perfect, you're also spiritually perfect. Why? We are also the spiritual backbone and most spiritual people in the world, but yet we are also the most physically dominant people in the world. And because of the symmetry of the nature of our body in comparison to our soul, we are the most beautiful and symmetrical people in the world. How he described them? Long, black, coarse hair, with copper colored brown skin. And this is what pulled up when I Google searched, right? Now, this eliminates everyone from being an American Indian except the American Negro. And not only that, the Creator admits in OAHSPE that you're the only one of your kind on the planet. And that we are only found in North America. Watch this. Source, Book of the Wars Against the Creator. That book that the Bible can't find? Yes, in OAHSPE. See, for I will leave one race of the large copper-colored people on earth in America, in a Guatemala, and he is called the what? This is in OAHSPE, the North American Indian, even to the Kosmon era. Well, when is the Kosmon era? Now, today. And will last from 1848 to 4848. It's 3,000 years. So notice he ain't went in that book showing American culture. A lot of opinion, but not a lot of sources. Matter of fact, I've been in Quran more than he has. Aho, right? But what about the great megalithic structures? See, the key to understanding who built the megalithic structures in America has been sitting right up in front of our face the whole time. And it's the name Ahua itself. And OAHSPE gives us this clue when talking about the great builder race of America. Book of Su, permit my people to give names to the places where I lead them. Remember that. So the people are naming themselves or naming the places after themselves. For these names shall show in the Kosmon era or today the work of my hand done in this day. And what day? In between 19,000 and 4,000 BC. We ain't even got to today yet. With the revelation that the name of the megalithic builder is Ahua, all we need to do is look around America for any places called Ahua. Being that the vowels are anciently interchangeable, we can also look for Ahua, Ahua, etc. Right? Objective proof that this is truthful is that every place we find the word Hua, right, we also find megalithic structures with accompanying tales of giants creating these structures. Huh? Didn't I tell you that your ancient forefather, the megalithic builder, was called Ahuan? So I'm telling you, they built megalithic cities and they put their names in them. Y'all see it? What about Saksa Ahua Man? You see it? Saksa Ahua Man. What about T Ahua Anako? These are the large copper-colored Negroes of America. What about Hua Raskan? Megalithic structures, accompanying tales of giants. What about Shavin Dayan Huan? Right? Ahuan Detar, right? Now, I'm willing to bet most of you have never even heard of this place in Peru. And not only is it 10,200 feet above sea level and roughly 10 miles in diameter, but there is roughly 6 square miles of megalithic tunnels underground. This is underground, y'all. What about Huaraz? What about Huaraz? Built as a sky chart, of the solar system. Look. Kosmon ain't making this up. Let me back out of this a little bit so I can get it on the screen a little more. Right? What about Olante Tambo? Y'all didn't know that Olante Tambo was really called Huancaño. Megalithic structures, stories of great men building them. Or what about my favorite? What about Tio T Ahua? Who are the great megalithic builders? The Ahuans. Tio T Ahua Kan, or the place or the city where man becomes Tio, God. Tio T Ahua Kan. Headshot. See, literally, we gave our names to the structures. I didn't know that. Quran don't know that. Did y'all know that the original United States was founded by the prophet of America, Iwata, circa 3953 BC, roughly 6,000 years ago? If the United States government, right? Ask yourself this. If the United States government got its structure from the Iroquois, right? Well, who did the Iroquois get it from? First book of God, you shall found 40 mighty nations, O my son. And every nation state shall be an independent nation state. But all the nations shall be united into a brotherhood of nations as one mighty people. And that one shall be called Opa Hebgoquim.
You went out, Kosmon. What's going on? You went out. Kosmon, come back. Let me know if you back up in here. Kosmon. Let me pause my boy Tom. You still got a good 6 minutes. What's going on? Mic check, mic check. Shout out to everybody in the building. My brother was cooking too much, goddamn. He came in here cooking. Oh, my mama. Kosmon, you're going to have to come back on, my J-Ski. With that being said, man, we'll be right back in just a second, man. We're going to take a quick intermission break. You guys use the bathroom. We'll be right back in just a second.
Too much fake love, slick you in your face, love. I ain't showing no feelings. I ain't showing no feelings. Yeah. Homie called my phone, he told me, go hard with this rap shit. Lately I be going crazy, feeling like I'm bad shit. My men in the gutter, all these bitches want me crack shit. Niggas talking down on me, they don't want me hash shit. Try to stay legitimate, I'm back on this trap shit. Try to run up in the crib, strike and made them backflip. Girls who call my phone.
All right. We got Kosmon Cal back in the building. Let's get a mic check.
Yeah, my bad. Can I be heard? Everything good, y'all?
Yep, I paused your time, so whenever you start, we're gonna start.
Where I'm at? How much time I got?
You got exactly 6 minutes and 3 seconds.
All right, let's cook, y'all. Let's cook. Now, all right. I asked the question. If the United States government got its structure from the Iroquois, well, who did the Iroquois get it from? First book of God. And you shall found 40 mighty nations, O my son. And every nation state shall be an independent nation state, but all the nations shall be united into one brotherhood of nations as one mighty people, and you shall call it Opa, Edkoquim, signifying one or out of many, one. For in Kosmon, which is today, my people shall have many states like yours. Mind you, this is 6,000 years ago. And their combination shall be called union, just like it is today, signifying one. Creator says, build a model for them, O Iwata. He didn't even tell y'all the name of the prophet of America is Iwata, mentioned in the story of Hiawatha, right? But remember that 841 up here? It says, look, the union of the Indian states was first called, as stated, Ekoquim. But after it became an anglicized word, it was called Algonquin. So the whole Indian United States is called Algonquin. It's not just the people, not just the language. It is the name of the empire. Notice that Allah can't prove or disprove the original name of the Union or the United Indian States. He can't prove or disprove that it's called Algonquin. Why? Because he didn't exist at the time of its founding. By the way, this is a prophecy that is over 6,000 years old. Proof this is true is not only do we still have over 50 states and territories, right? Still to this day called the United States. But we are still moving in the same Indian governmental structure today. Same name, same structure. Clearly, OAHSPE has aboriginal culture Allah is not even aware of today. So did y'all know that we had an Algonquin system for behavior passed down to us from the mound builders? It's called the law of Ekoquim. One of the names we call the creator, Ekoquim, anglicized today as Algonquin. Source, first book of God. And you shall swear against all other gods, lords, and idols. So that means Allah, Muhammad, and Islam. To never serve them. This is your ancient ancestors. Never during 3953 BC. To never serve the gods. And teach the same to your children and to their children after them forever. This is the first law of Ekoquim. And you shall deal with all men, women, and children as justly and as kindly as with your own mother. And this is the second law of Ekoquim. Starting to sound real American, ain't it? We the best people in the world. And to the sick and helpless, to the stranger and to the widow who is destitute, and to the child who has no father, you shall be both father and mother to them, and to take them into your house, and to feed them, and to clothe them, and get them clothes to wear. And if they are lost, you shall go with them and show them the way. Your mama ain't never let a child starve. Why? It's in her blood. This is the third law of Ekoquim. And you shall not tell lies, nor speak falsely against any man, woman, or child, nor break your words of promise, even if threatened with death. The words of your mouth shall be as unchangeable as the setting of the sun. And this is the fourth law, sounding real American to me. Word is your bond, sound real American to me. Huh? And you shall not take and possess that which is another's, nor allow your children to do so. This is the 5th law of Ego Quim. And you shall respect the times of woman. Listen up, sister. And when she is pregnant with your child, you shall not lie with her, nor give her heavy labor, nor angry words, nor fret her, but to be obedient to her, doing whatever she asks you to do. For it is her time, and she is your queen. Teaching this to your young men and women forever. This is the 6th law of Ego Quim. And look what it say. Sound very familiar, right? Watch what's about to be said. Huh? This cultural practice is old. You shall labor 6 days, but on the 7th day, it is a moon's day. And you shall not labor, hunt, or fish, but go to the altar of your creator, and you shall sing, and you shall dance before me. Huh? Jaja, the great spirit in America, all Gichi. You're supposed to go and dance before him. And sit in silence to hear his words, which he speaks to the souls of men, women, and children. This is the 7th law of Ego Quim. Now, look, he ain't did this. In the first round, I went in OAHSPE 27 times. I went in it 27 times. Actually, 32, but I didn't count the charts. Huh? That's really 132 shots and 6 shots out the Quran Drake, nigga. You ain't ready. You're not ready. How much time I got left?
Welcome to the Bat League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Bat League.
I buzz the fuck up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Asking where the Aborigines at, bro. Do it, Jeff. Y'all know my song. Turn me up. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. These brothers are in here cooking, man. What can I say, man? We got the bottom of the second round. Hawk School getting into his second round. Kosmon Cal, man, that was some heat, bro. Slow down. Hawk School, turn up, bro. It's your round, man. We ready to go. Ooh, shit. Give me heartburn thinking about this shit. You understand me? Hey, this shit's some fire. Hawk, mic check.
Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you ready to go? Time ready to go. Whenever you ready, whenever you start.
Yeah, man. I mean, the pseudophilia is at an all-time high with this guy. He's just rambling on and on, right? Pretending that he's showing you Aboriginal American culture when he's just showing you a bunch of mumbo jumbo, right? A whole bunch of mumbo jumbo. Now, here we see cultural practices of the people of the Americas, and where he may say, well, the Quran can't teach you to wear a turban, right? We don't have to wear anything in OAHSPE. We just wander around naked, right? He says that we don't know how to measure time, that we haven't been taught this. We've already proven that the Quran has been radiocarbon dated to 15 centuries. And 15 centuries ago, our people were guided, and it said it is who made the sun a shining light and the moon a derived light and determined forward phases, right? 15 centuries ago, that you may know the number of years and account of time. Allah has not created this except in truth. He details the signs for a people who know, right? But these aren't a people who know. He's giving you all this mumbo jumbo with all these made up names you never heard of, right? I know your head is spinning. I really didn't want to get into it, but here we have John Ballou, right, in a letter, and of course this is from the New Mexico State University Libraries, right? The Opal Lee Presley papers, archives, and special collections, I might add.
And Mr. Newborough said, I wish I were where 10,000 babies fence me in on every side. Wrote Newborough to a friend in 1883, the year before he arrived in New Mexico and established Shalom. In a subsequent letter, he describes the living conditions in orphanages that made his effort to acquire babies for the colony so urgent, right? He had an obsession with babies, or babes as he called them, right? And this is according to OAHSPE, a new Bible in the words of Jehovah and his angels ambassadors, New York, OAHSPE Publishing Association, 1882, page 804, the book I didn't read. Newborough's obsession with babies, or babes as he called them, has less obvious source, but its ramifications are evident in every aspect of his new faith, right? Because he wants to make you think that this book is about you. This book is about them. The section of OAHSPE that warns against theft focuses not on food or livestock, but babies. Now behold, a certain rich man coveted his neighbor's children, and he went about and captured many of them. And withal, he was mighty above his neighbor, and none of them could regain their offspring. I told you that these people were a baby kidnapping cult, and it's in the OAHSPE, page 804 of the 882 year edition. 1 year after it was said to come to fruition through these spirits that he wants to make you believe your ancestors had a part in, right? These are the kidnapped babies of the colony. And here again, I'll reiterate the words of his prophet. I wish I were 10,000 babies fence me in on every side. Right? This is straight from this book that he's feeding you about stealing another man's children, your neighbor's children, and none of them could regain their offspring. Is this Aboriginal culture, folks? See, because I'm giving you actual practices, things that we live by, right? Reminders. Do they think that we hear not their secrets in their private conversations? Yes, we do, and our messengers are with them recording. It says, "O ye who believe it is not lawful for you to inherit women by compulsion," right? And do not make difficulty for them in order to make part of what you give them, right? To take back part of what you give them, unless they commit a clear immorality, such as adultery, and live with them in kindness. Or if you dislike them, perhaps you dislike a thing and Allah makes, a thing and Allah makes therein much good. So here we are given relationship advice, right? Something we can really use, not a whole bunch of mumbo jumbos and fake names, right? Wabakatonka, the Mini Mac, Aloha, and all. I thought this guy was speaking in Japanese. Did he tell you about these people say that the original man came from some Japanese island that was destroyed? Right. This is a American Aboriginal culture. The two who committed, right, among you unlawful sexual intercourse, punish them. But if they repent and correct themselves, leave them alone, right? Let them be. Is this not American Aboriginal culture? Do you not admonish people for this type of behavior to this very day? And when relatives and orphans and the needy are present, right, at the time of division, then provide for them something out of it, the estate, right? And speak to them words of appropriate kindness. This is American Aboriginal culture. See, the thing about true culture is that it's self-evident, right? Unlike all of this Japanimation this guy's talking about, right? Everybody's lost. Nobody knows what he's talking about. You're not going to be able to take any type of guidance from it and make yourself better, right? When that's what culture is, right? Do we have to go back and define culture? Intellectual achievement, right? Customs, social institutions. He's telling you all these things that his white God told him that we did, but he doesn't know how. right? He says that this book isn't American Aboriginal culture. Well, sir, how can that possibly be when even the very script that it's written in is American Aboriginal culture? Here's an excerpt from Saga America. And here you see line A, line B, line A, and line B again. All right, they're highlighted. So hopefully he can see it well. Alphabets are shared by North America and North Africa, right? A Northern Iberian script is native to the Eastern and Central Algonquin tribes. He's saying it's in Algonquin. Well, shown in A is the style of Arabic script in most general use in the Arab world today. And the letters in use by the Cree and Ojibwe tribes, well, that's line B, sir. And very similar forms have been adopted by other Algonquin tribes, right? This is Algonquin writing. We're writing in the Algonquin writing. The book was revealed in Algonquin writing, according to this. What do you mean? There's a trail of Arabic language and inscriptions, relic alphabets, and fossil vocabulary curves around the globe and mark the ancient trans-Pacific sea roads to North America, sir. Still extant. Malay, formerly using Arabic script, still retaining much Arabic vocabulary, mainly Muslim, Dayak, and Sea-Dayak with Arabic loan vocabulary, right? Even those Chinese buddies of them, Tosong, Samal, and Bahan, and Mukapatak. In the Sulu Islands, some loan vocabulary. Arabic script formerly used Muslims or former Muslim communities, and Arabic Christians. Hohokamic Arabic, written and spoken. Libyan and Kufic Arabic alphabets, now extinct. So not only is it Arabic, but it's ancient Arabic, right? And we're going to show you a page where, while English-speaking children learned that cat spells cat, right? C-A-T, relics of the ancient school sites in Nevada show that young Americans 1,000 years ago were taught that FLQ spells ship, right? He's showing you pictures of the ship. Well, we're just going to teach you how we taught them how to sail the ship. Scattered petroglyphs of stylized ships, sometimes with the Arabic or Libyan lettering mistaken for Indian doodles, are widespread in the hunting areas of Nevada, for the boys were apparently taught by schoolmasters while the elders were busy in the hunting season taking skins and furs for the trans-Pacific markets. This example is at Stewart Site 207 in the Grimes petroglyph area of Churchill County, Nevada. Clarity. This is from page 267 of the same title. Great Navigations is the title of the chapter, right? We're showing you the culture throughout the Americas, not any made-up names, right? The actual inscriptions that are actually in the Americas that still have the Arabic text, right? There's the FLQ that was described in Arabic, which means ship, right? 1,000-year-old inscriptions in the Americas. In the early part of the 19th century, missionaries working with the Cree and other Algonquin tribes in Canada found it convenient to adapt a native alphabet to render the Christian message. Well, this example is probably from the hand of a young Indian student. Along the top line, it reads left to right, Mani Tosaki. God is love. But he told you there is no God, right? According to James Evans, a Wesleyan teacher who worked with the Cree in Ontario and Manitoba from 1840 on, assisted by William Mason, adapted the script to indicate vowels by rotating the letters into any one of the four positions, right? So that they can feed you a new Bible. And then translated parts of the New Testament. First, they used birch bark in place of paper, as the Indians did. So these are the examples, right? Both the script and the vocabulary match classical Arabic roots. Both the script and the vocabulary. It says, Mani Tosaki. God is love. And the bottom line reads left to right, Ki Chi E. The Great Spirit. Right? But he wants you to worship a white man. As if your ancestors would ever oblige you. Both the script and the vocabulary match classical Arabic roots of similar sound and meaning, showing that the writing system cannot have been a modern invention, folks, but like that of the neighboring Micmac tribes, must have been brought to North America in an earlier era, right, of North African voyages. Epigraphic Museum photo, Peter J. Garfield. Now, of course, nobody wants to say that these things started in America, right? He's just like his white masters who want to get you off the land and make you believe that we're not practicing these same cultures, that our women aren't still covered in 3/4 of cloth, that we don't still wear turbans, right? That this isn't our culture. Here we're taught how to leave a share of inheritance. For men is a share of what the parents and close relatives leave, and for women is a share of what the parents and close relatives leave, be it little or much, an obligatory share. That's not American Aboriginal culture. As I said, culture is alive, sir, right? Not a whole bunch of made up names and gibberish. It's a way of life, sir. Nothing about this book that you're showing us, this white man's book from 1881, nothing about it is teaching us a way of life, a way to organize, to thrive as a nation. You got a whole bunch of weird Japanese names in it. This is his book, right? The object is to raise up the children, right? Have a time to pray, right? And that's from the first convention in 1883. Did you guys know that they created a receiving station where they set up New Orleans, Chicago, Kansas City, Philadelphia, right? Catherine Stowe's a Loose Cruz history enthusiast and a friend of Francis Newborough Howland, right? Has described the Newborough home in New Orleans as containing a baby crib near which was a sign that read, "Children wanted and no questions asked." He even had a paper called The Castaway, begging for children. They purchased and donated land and created children's land in New Mexico. And this is according to the New Mexico State University. For that purpose, they built a 100 by 270 feet deep with an open court and
14 minutes. 14 minutes.
from end to all a church and small cabins, and the settlement is called Shalom. Right? A colony for children. He tells us it's not a book of Freemasonry, but it's riddled with Masonic jargon and children's sketchings of. I haven't read the book. He hasn't shown you the real book, right? Talk about the end of his colony later, right? More children. He's not even showing you the real book. He didn't know 1939, Wing Anderson, another Freemason, bought the copyright to the book, right? The Kosmon Press, that's who he names this
Yo, yo, yo. Can y'all hear me? Am I back? Man, that was crazy. I think something hit my whole line and cut my whole Wi-Fi off. You dig what I'm talking about? So, with no further ado, I'm gonna go back in and if I can be heard, first of all, if I can be heard, hit me with a 1 in the chat. Let's just make sure I'm coming through clear. Hit me with a 1 in the chat. You dig what I'm saying? Make sure I can be heard. I'm coming through live and clear. You dig what I'm saying? I'm going to run it back a little bit. You know what I mean? It was some, you know, you actually didn't miss anything. It was actually his round. He wasn't talking about nothing. It had nothing to do with nothing. Now, I want y'all all to remember the topic of this whole debate is which spiritual system has the most Aboriginal history, culture, nationality, etc. Who is showing the most Aboriginal American Indian culture, right? Who is in a book actually showing that it's in America, and whose book is saying it's in America, from America, and talking about Indians. Remember, that's the whole debate. It's about who's showing the most Aboriginal culture in a book, right? Hey, believe you know he ain't. You know good well he ain't listening. No, because he wouldn't even be saying what he's saying, because I didn't already took the legs out up under that. That's why I went first. So every time, this is why it seems like his rounds are just dragging on and on, because he's not talking about American history, talking about OAHSPE. You're supposed to be going in Quran, showing us America. You're supposed to be going in that East African religion and showing us Aboriginal American culture. I don't even know how he didn't do it. He didn't do that. But it's white boy this and crack out that, and we done killed every baby. How many times have y'all seen us debunk that? And sometimes, man, you gotta just light their ass on fire. You gotta pop out and show them, right? You just gotta pop out and show them. You dig what I'm saying? So, with no further ado, we're going to go ahead and get back into it, man. I'm going to get back into it. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all stuff, like, share, man. Thumb up the video, share it out there to you people. You dig what I'm saying? We're going to go back in real quick. Let's roll.
More children. He's not even showing you the real book. You didn't know 1939, Wing Anderson, another Freemason, bought the copyright to the book. All right? Kosmon Press. That's
now I must say I can't wait till Mally slow this one down. This is a butcher shop, right? Your brother beat the brakes off this boy. Y'all see what I'm seeing? I beat the brakes off of. They can say anything they want to, but we looking at the debate. This ain't even really close. You know what I mean? It is what it is, but you watch. Watch this. We're just going to keep on letting it go. We're going to keep on letting it flow for a minute. Let's go.
who he names himself after. Their company. They're in London, England. Right?
Listen to what he's saying, y'all.
Press. Yeah, Wing Anderson. He's a novelist, a Freemason, and he bought all the rights. But we didn't come here to talk about pseudophilia. We came to talk about the culture of the American, right? The sciences. Here we see it going to school in ancient America from the Saga America book. And it says the ancient Portuguese manners of expressing monetary values according to Dos Santos, 1963, the old Iberian system apparently brought to Portugal by the Moors from North Africa and be recognized as the ancient Nevada system of numerals, used before the introduction from India of the Sanskrit decimal system. The numerous square grids encountered on the Nevada petroglyph sites are practical demonstrations, right? Not a whole bunch of gibberish. Practical demonstrations of multiplication, right? For example, at University of California site MI5 at Whiskey Flat, Mineral County, Nevada, Professor Heiser and Baumhoff found this petroglyph. They could find no explanation for it, but as is now obvious, it shows the ancient Iberian number, right? So they're comparing it to the script where we've been ruling the world, taking these sciences around the world. At many sites, we find squares or rectangles that illustrate such arithmetical rules as 7 times 7 equals 49, or 7 times 8 equals 56, and so on. He says, I have no doubt that these are located at sites where the ancient schoolmasters taught the young Hohokam boys basic arithmetic, right? So we're showing you the script, the culture of the people, right? Going to school in ancient America is what the author chose to title it. The very script of the Quran is ancient Aboriginal culture. Of less theoretical interest, but greater practice usefulness in a country that lacked traction animals and therefore had no sophisticated use for the wheel, is this petroglyph at Stewart Site 202, the so-called Court of Antiquity in Washoe County, Nevada. It yields in Arabic Kufic script an instruction, right, on how to find the area of a circle, divided into 6 equal sectors, and then rearrange them as shown. The text reads in Arabic, Lama Hamala Mishaha Dula, reunite to obtain the area of a circle. The area is given by the previous theorem for the area of a triangle. So while he's making up what's going on in the Americas, right, trying to steer you away from the actual sciences to anything that's going to direct you in the right direction of your ancestors, by far the most sophisticated of the checkerboard patterns found at Nevada petroglyph sites are the grouping at the Whiskey Flat site, M15 of the University of California, classification recorded by Heiser and Baumhoff, right? He's talking about Euclidean mathematics, but the Muslims were teaching the children how to do Euclidean mathematics. The contained squares of each of the 5 associated grids yield a sequence of numbers as shown above, called by mathematicians the Fibonacci series. Among their properties, they yield, when plotted geometrically as shown below, a figure called a logarithmic spiral. This figure was known to Pythagoras, who related it to the properties of a rectangular pentagon, also found inscribed near the Fibonacci series in Nevada, and it is also used in shaping the curve of the capital of the iconic column. The series also used the expansion of a reproducing population. Fibonacci was an Italian monk who in the late 1100s disguised himself as a Muslim, with the approval of Pope Innocent III, in order to enroll as a student at one of the Arab universities. Right? Well, we know the etymology of Arab is an inhabitant of the desert. Is Nevada not the desert? Because the carvings are still in the rocks. The Nevada petroglyphs show that the Arabic-speaking Nevada people, are they not American? We're well acquainted with the mathematics as taught in Mediterranean Arab universities. Who said you had to go to Arabia to know these things? They're teaching it in Nevada because it's ours. But him and his white God don't want you to know that. The author says they were formerly more widespread than today, with the results that the ancient rock inscriptions in the archaic alphabet can nowadays be found in areas where only Arabic is spoken and written today. Some of the ancient inscriptions closely match those of North America. Also, some of the earliest Arabic inscriptions written in an alphabet called Kufic closely match some of the North American inscriptions, both as to the alphabet and as to the language. Right? They making it up. They're pretending they know who you are. But they're pseudophiles. Next up, we'll have the primary source of his prophet's daughter, who takes the stand and tells us what this cult is really here for. As we saw in the primary source from their very own text, they are here to steal their neighbor's children, and they'll never ever get them back. Y'all got it.
You did? No, you done?
I thought you said I had like 4 minutes ago.
No, I said you had 14 minutes for a couple minutes ago. You got 5 minutes and 50 seconds left.
Well, why don't we read some of the more secretive things about this religion he claims is American Aboriginal. The New York Tribune, Sunday, April 28th, 1901, page 17. The end of Shalom Colony is what we read, right? Founded by Dr. Newborough, author of the OAHSPE, a new Bible, and the failure of his schemes, folks. Of course, this would be a primary source for the time period. As I told you in the face-offs, that in 1901, the colony failed. That I would prove to you that this was nothing more than a pedophile cult, while simultaneously showing and proving the true culture of the American Aborigines, which is peace, a great law. The article reads, El Paso, Texas, April 27th, the famous Shalom Colony is no more, folks. Last week, this socialistic religious colony, which has been so much written about in the newspapers and magazines, ceased to exist. As such, it will hereafter be classed with the many other failures of the kind that have occurred from time to time in different parts of the world. By a decision rendered in Las Cruz, New Mexico last week by Judge Parker, the property reverts to a Mr. Howland, who has been chief of the colony for several years. The death of the widow of Dr. Newborough, the founder, the colony is now entirely abandoned. It is said that a large sanitarium will soon be erected on the site of it. Shalom Colony was established 12 years ago by Dr. Newborough, a dentist, folks, from New York. He was a spiritualist and a medium, right? Not size shirt, all right? They're talking about he's managing dead folks. He's the dead guy, usher. He was a spiritualist and a medium and asserted that while under the influence of spirits, he wrote the book which he called OAHSPE, a new Bible. According to his book, it is unlawful to eat meat or to kill any animals for any purpose. It teaches a sort of pantheistic religion and contains what purports to be a history of the creation. I said purports, folks, to be a history of the creation of the world. It is a strange and weird book. According to primary sources in New York, Sunday, April 28th, 1901, is a strange and weird book full of extraordinary illustrations and strange tales. The colony was supposed to have been founded in obedience to the command of spirits and was established about 50 miles north of El Paso in a bend of the Rio Grande River, occupying a large tract of fertile land. Mr. Howland was one of Dr. Newborough's first converts. After the death of Newborough, his widow became the head of the colony, but she soon died and Mr. Howland was made chief. Few persons came to the colony and fewer remained. Then it was planned to collect from all parts of the country orphans, folks, of all ages. Now, what is an old man doing out in the middle of the desert looking for kids? You be the judge. Then it was planned to collect from all parts of the country orphans of all ages and raise them up in the doctrines of Shalom. I think we may have found one of the orphans, right? And from this reform, the whole human race, they were allowed to eat no meat and wore few clothes for the great part of the year. While it was never taught by the chief, a kind of free love soon prevailed, and a bad state of affairs followed for a long time. Mr. and Mrs. Howland were the only adults in the colony. So who is managing hundreds of children, and what are they doing here? For a long time, Mr. and Mrs. Howland were the only adult in the colony except the hired help, and little attention was paid to the children who had nothing to do except follow their own wills. According to the teachings of quote-unquote OAHSPE, as he asserted, Mr. Howland some years ago transferred the estate to 26 of these children, right? Retaining for himself the supervision as their trustee. Well, what do you have? They plan on being that they should own it in common as their heritage. Well, that sounds pretty noble. So what happened? Well, seeing the plan was a failure, however, he applied to the courts to set aside this deed and restore the property to himself. That's right, folks. He sued the orphans, after no doubt having his way with them, agreeing at the same time to see that all the children were placed in good homes and well cared for. On these conditions, his application was granted. Dr. Newborough, the founder, was a wealthy man and spent many thousands of dollars on the colony. Right? Started a new wing. Well, Wing Anderson, in Los Angeles. Wing Anderson met the Faithists, and he bought the plates and the copyright for OAHSPE in 1933 and published OAHSPE until his death in 1970 under Wing's direction. Community was established in Salt Lake City, Utah, folks. In the 1930s, the people called themselves the Saints of Kosmon. That doesn't sound like American Aboriginal culture. That doesn't look like Algonquin script.
Welcome to the Bat League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Bat League.
Hey, Jill, I'll buzz the fuck up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Asking where the Aborigines at, bro. Do it, Jill. Y'all know my slogan. Turn me up. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. If y'all here rocking out, drop them fire emojis. If you enjoying this debate, man, I believe it led up, and it is what it is, man. I think it's definitely leading up to the hype, man. Shout out to Hawk School. Shout out to Cosmic Cal. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. I do appreciate everybody for rocking through and really coming out and supporting the whole thing. Hey, man, we're going to get into this third round. Before we get into this third round, we're going to take a quick little break, and we'll be right back in just a second. Everybody throw up the video and support the channel, man. Hey, it's Friday the 13th. Cosmic Cal versus Hawk School. Shout out to everybody in the building.
You love that you're going to have to leave behind.
Third round, y'all. Third round. Let's get it.
I was toe out. Look. We at war, we at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could have completed, but you get deleted. Some people are defeated, so you feel deleted. And knowledge is medicine, know when you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you cheated. You think I'm conceited, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Everybody can't go though, beat it. You was ascending and starting to win. No pretending, actually win. Low vibrations, box you in. Who keep letting them toxins in? All my people are toxin us. Everyone on our toxin land. Ancient like cosmology. I am the source, I go within. I can't go unless I go to win. Really a God supposed to win. Anyone that's trying to get with me, just start doing the most you in. Trying to turn up, it goes to 10. Blood type O, you almost in. Men are kin, we all go in. G, I'm a rule, we all go in. Bring you the water, but can't make you drink. No, I'm not here to just make you think. If anything, I'm here to just make you fight. It's all off, just make it right. Everybody ain't with it. Let me tell you, I don't like reading. Freedom ain't free, you broke, I get it. Let me tell you, you don't like breathing. Can't even wake you up, you sleeping. Niggas are sleeping, scalping, season. Some of y'all sleep through all this treason. Government beefing, now you vegan. Need autonomy, really don't need them. Now we rise, this house is freedom. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. This is simulation or a cycle. They be hating on you for survival. That's why I don't mess with the Bible. Ain't nobody tribal going viral. Me original, we hold the title. Lot of work to do, how you idle. Ain't no false idols in they Bible. We ancient for ancient in Ohio. Say what you want and do what you do, but I'm starting to get, I don't know about you. Gotta go with think, can't go on YouTube. If you think you know, you ain't got no clue. Say what you want and do what you do, but I'm starting to get it, I don't know if you do. Gotta go with think, can't go on YouTube. You thinking you know, you ain't got no clue. War, we at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could have completed, but you get deleted. Some people are defeated, so you feel deleted. And knowledge is medicine. Know when you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you cheated. You think I'm conceited, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Look, gotta be. Look, everybody can't go though. Beat it.
Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit that like button, thumb up the video, support the channel, man. It's your brother Aboriginal Power, man. We rocking out with another one. Shout out to everybody, man. Drop those fire emojis, man. What the fuck? These niggas in here brawling, bare knuckle brawling. What we doing? Are y'all enjoying this? Honestly, if you're not, put a doodoo emoji in the chat. This is the realest channel in the chat ever, so we know they're gonna keep. If this shit ain't kicking up what y'all want, drop a doodoo emoji. If y'all think this is fire, drop a fire emoji. Y'all let me know. I can't be y'all judge. Y'all let me know, gang. Shout out to everybody in the building. Kosmon Cow, Hawk School,
Tribe.
Shout out to everybody.
Yeah.
Y'all ready? This the third, man.
He about to get in the body bag. Don't worry about it.
Oh shit.
I'm about to make this a classic.
Let's get it, man. Shout out to my brother Kosmon Cal. He getting ready to go into his third round. We got the thing ready to go. Whenever you start, the time gonna start. And we ready to go, brother. On you, whenever you ready, brother.
All right. All right. Go ahead and show it.
You on the screen?
All right. Third round, fight. Remember, in the intro, when I stated that if you pursue this philosophy scientifically and objectively, you shall easily discover who among you has the highest light. Watch how easy this is. OAHSPE also states that in the book of discipline, is it wise for the unlearned to dispute with the learned, or the unholy with the holy? Is it Hawk? See, I'm not about to go back and forth with this brother. It's as simple as this. Can your claims hold up to historical, scientific scrutiny? But the question I really want to know is Hawk School lying out of ignorance, or is he lying on purpose? See, remember, Allah claims to be the Christian God and puts lying spirits into the mouths of his own prophets. That's in 1 Kings. But in the Quran, it also says that it describes Allah as the best deceiver, the best schemer. So if the God is a liar and a deceiver, why wouldn't his indoctrinated followers also be liars and deceivers? That's just logical. See, since you have shown traits of unworthiness, every statement you ever made about Islam must be scrutinized. See, Hawk School's major claim is that Islam is indigenous to America. So I'm going to let the Muslims speak for themselves. Source, Eon Magazine, Muslims of Early America. Is Islam indigenous to America? No, Islam is not indigenous to America. So when did Islam arrive in America? Some historians believe that the first Muslims arrived in America in the early 14th century from the Senegambian region of Africa. Others believe that the Muslims accompanied Spanish to the New World in the 16th century. So, question is, are you a Pan-African or are you just playing crazy? So, where were the first Muslims in America and what is their ethnic background? Right? So, excuse me, who were the first Muslims in America and what is their ethnic background? The first wave of Muslims in the United States were enslaved Africans. And 10 to 15% of them being Muslims. The largest Muslim ethnic group in the United States is white Arabs from the Middle East. Does the Quran even mention American Indians? No, the Quran does not explicitly mention American Indians, as the text was revealed in the Arabian Peninsula. Don't let them niggas try to flip-flop you. Oh, this is over here, and this is over here, and the map is upside down. Nigga, this America. That shit over there is Africa. The Arabian Peninsula is next to Africa. Islam is not from here. Ain't nothing about it Aboriginal at all, right? And it was revealed in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the European discovery of America. So dang, did they just admit Islam came with the colonizer? Let that sink in. Well, damn, is Muhammad even Aboriginal to American? No. Muhammad was the founder of Islam and the proclaimer of the Quran, Islam's sacred scripture. He spent his entire life in what is now the country of Saudi Arabia. From his birth, about 570 CE in Mecca, to his death in 632 in Medina. So he also claimed, Hawk School also claimed, we checking everything he said. I ain't gonna leave him with a leg to stand on when he done. He also claimed that Muhammad wasn't a paleface. Sidebar, not that it matters to me. I personally don't care what skin color a person is. But since he made a big deal out of JBN being white, I'm going to let the OG, a real factor in the Islamic Muslim movement, tell y'all the bad news. You dig what I'm talking about?
He teach you. Otherwise, there was no point in getting rid of that white in the first place if you were just going to get with the white to be your Allah.
Well, let's listen to this. Are you aware that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that?
Hold on.
Prophet Muhammad, the only prophet that.
Hold on, go back. This West Coast town
to be your Allah.
Well,
this West Coast town.
Are you aware that
real Muslim?
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that Prophet Muhammad, the only prophet that we know or that I know of in history, was a white man. You know that we're taught that Prophet Muhammad of the Quran.
Watch Tazariak's face.
Man. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah. No.
Listen, let's listen. Yeah, that's hilarious.
No, I'm gonna reteach you. Otherwise, there was no point in getting rid of that white in the first.
You talking all this black white shit, right? Hold on, 1 second. He talking all that black white shit, nigga. The nigga who gave you your book white too. So what? Now he also stated that Islamic culture does not say you can drink camel and cow urine. He wrong. Answer, right? The dung of a cow. This is their culture. This is the culture of Islam. Watch this. The dung of a cow is pure, according to the view of many scholars. Ibn Qudama said that in the Al-Mughni that the dung and urine of animals whose meat we are allowed to eat are pure. This is the view of Atta, Anaki, Atwari, and Malik. And this is in 2019. It also says that the urine and feces of a sheep, cows, and fishes is not ritually unclean. So that means you could use it. But from cats and dogs, it's ritually unclean. That's from the Zabra Trust. right? But while your God was telling you to eat doo-doo sandwiches, look what the Creator was told the Indians in America. Look, first book of God. Every living thing that grows up out of the ground shall be food for you. But everything within which is the breath of life, which is the blood and spirit, you shall not eat. That's a big difference. Is a doo-doo sandwich American culture to you? I think not. Hawk also claimed that Arabic was an American language and is descended from Algonquin. I told you he was going to tell you that lie, right? Is that true? No. Arabic evolved from Proto-Arabic, right? Which is, and they had to make this language up. Watch this. Which historical linguists have reconstructed to some extent. Even further back, Proto-Arabic evolved from Proto-Afro-Asiatic. Nigga, stop. Stop. The language that originated the contemporary Afro-Asiatic language. That's a dagger. See, damn, we just exposed cuz trying to pass off Afro-Asiatic language as American. That's extra low frequency. And personally, I don't believe you're that dumb. I don't believe you're that dumb. So this is why I asked him, are you lying out of ignorance or are you lying on purpose? Let's see if Hawk School got enough intestinal fortitude to actually answer that question. See, let's catch this nigga in another lie. Remember he kept screaming about, oh, the Alcalde, the Alcalde. Remember he kept screaming that dumbass shit? He even made a claim that the Alcalde were Mayan judges. Just because Alcalde means judge in Arabic. Remember he said that lie? Well, who are the Alcalde? The Alcalde are the administrative judicial head of a town or village in Spain. Dagger, nigga. Or in the eras under Spanish control, the Alcalde was a regional magistrate in Spain and its territories from the 14th to the 19th century, nigga. Here go your Alcalde mayor from Cuba, nigga. Do he look like a Mayan to you? But the Aboriginal community, you got to take a little bit of blame for this. Y'all been letting this nigga talk this bullshit Alcalde shit for years, and you never checked him on it. The Alcaldes are European white boys. Yeah, some of them spoke Arabic. Yeah, they was in Spain. You ain't a colleague, you a colonizer. Damn, cuz you lied about everything. You just ain't gonna keep it 100, huh? But this is Kosmon Cal versus Hawk School, right? Huh? Yeah, this is Kosmon Cal versus Hawk School. Nigga, what the fuck is a Hawk School? See, the art of schooling a hawk, y'all, is called falconry. I'm going to give you one guess, just one guess, who are the most famous falconers or hawk schoolers in the world. And you already know. Look, a history of falconry, right? Falconry is considered a symbol of this region's civilization more than any other region in the world. 50% of the world's falconers or hawk schoolers exist in the Middle East. And guess where? Which includes the Arab regions. This is where he got it from. I'm just saying, everything he is saying is leading us in some way back to Africa. Even his name draws you back to a musty Arab. That's weird. But wait, it gets worse. Now that this ain't personal, right? This ain't personal. It's just the truth. Let me show y'all all what you don't know about Islam and Allah, or should I say Jabril or Gabriel. You ever ask yourself, why is the voice of the Christian God in the Bible, Gabriel, now inspiring his own prophets, creating his own religion, even claiming to be the very same Christian God of the Bible, but under the title Allah? You ever wonder why is there beef between Islam and Christianity? How? If they're claiming to be the exact same God. See, remember I told y'all there's a secret connection between Christianity and Islam. See, here's what OAHSPE reveals, right? That around 1100 BC, there were three angels named Luamang, Kabalaktus, and Inchochisa, who started a confederacy called the Triune, what we call the Trinity. Luamang, aka Christ, Inochisa, aka Brahma, Kapalaxis, aka Buddha. Their doctrine was Father, Son, Holy Ghost. In time to further inspire men to war and bloodshed, they took upon the titles of the Great Spirit, who they assumed to be. All of them took upon themselves titles that meant all highest light or all justice in languages accustomed to their certain regions of the world. See, we know those titles today as Buddha, Brahma, and Christ. So yes, their names all mean the same thing. And yes, they all teach Trinity doctrine. But the false god, Christ, or Luamang, was in a dire triangular war between himself, Baal, and Ashtaroth. But the key is, y'all, who was fighting for Christ? Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Who was Christ's lead angelic warrior general? It was Gabriel. That's right. Not only did Allah work for Christ, let that sink in. Not only did Allah work for Christ, but Allah used to praise Christ. Allah was the little homie. Let that sink in for a second. But why they fall out then, Kosmon? That's explained when true God is chastising the four false gods or the four false religious gods like children. Book of Esther, chapter 54. God chastises the four false gods separately. Right? Now, to give you a little context, right? This is true God, right? He keeps saying, I'm saying some white boy, he just drunk, y'all. He high off that Islamic camel urine. You know what I mean? That stuff got, trippy little processes that mess with your brain. So don't mind him. You dig what I'm saying? For context, true God is speaking to the false God, Christ. The God of the Bible, Christ, he's a false God. And true God is checking this nigga. Watch
15
this.
15 minutes, gang. 15 minutes.
Check this, right? This is what y'all don't know about Islam, right? So just to set the scene, true God is checking the false God, Christ, right? He says, in the creator's name, notice true God gives adoration to the creator. In your Bible, in your religious, they teach you that the God is the highest. God is your brother, not your father. He ain't nothing more than what you're going to be in time to come. Look, he says, in the creator's name, greeting to you, Luamang or Christ. You had a warrior angel named Thoth, alias Gabriel, who labored for you for more than 1,000 years in order to make you under your false names worshipful on earth. And you promised Gabriel that when he overcame Dagon, Ashtaroth, and Baal, and other false gods, you would give him a heavenly sub-kingdom with 1 billion subjects. And Gabriel accomplished your desire, right? But you did not give him anything. This is why the animosity, y'all, between Islam and Christianity, watch. But you further exacted upon him. So he told him, look, dog, I got you Friday, right? Monday roll around, he still ain't got the check, but I need you to go ahead and finish this off for me real quick, baby, and I got you, baby. This is how Christ playing this nigga. Yeah, look, but you further exacted of him the destroying of idol worship among mortals and the destroying of oracle temples for consulting spirits, re-promising him, Gabriel, that when he had fulfilled these things, you would give him the promised heavenly kingdom. And Gabriel accomplished these things also. But you refused again to fulfill your promise. So consequently, Gabriel rebelled against you and set up his present heavenly kingdoms, inspiring his followers under the name of who? Muhammad Dagger. Now behold, that since that day, you, Christ, have tried to destroy him, Gabriel, Allah, in heaven and on earth. You inspired mortals from Europe to make crusades against Gabriel in order to possess Jerusalem and Tethys. By which millions of mortals were slain and vast regions of country were laid desolate. Behold, you had pretended, he talking to Christ. Behold, you had pretended you were the all highest God, and yet you are unable to take a small earthly kingdom. Dang. True God checking the dog spit out of Christ. He said, but behold, your false promises to Gabriel are already visited upon your kingdom. Remember, Gabriel is a gangster. He's a killer. He did all the fighting for Christ, right? But as for Gabriel, look how God played. Who became your willing tool, your stooge, to do destruction for your glory. What merit has he? So true God just said, nigga, shit. Gabriel ain't shit neither. He ain't better than you. How should I judge you? What can I even fucking say about you, Gabriel? Because you have a heavenly kingdom and also are master on earth in Jerusalem, Tethys, Egypt, and in the Punjab. Huh? You flatter yourself that you are a great God. True God, hoeing niggas, right? So that's just more proof that Gabriel, aka Allah, is a false religious God. But now you know why the animosity exists between the two religions and purportedly come from the exact same source. So, but when Christ played Allah like a sucker and then put his phone on do not disturb, what this hoe ass nigga Gabriel, what this hoe ass nigga Allah do? Watch this. This is the book of Esdras, chapter 49. This is Gabriel speaking. This is Allah. He says, here I will establish my kingdom in heaven, and forever I will show this false Christ what I can do. Mark you, the great power of a God is to establish a good foothold on the earth with a doctrine. The natural increase will soon populate a heavenly kingdom. So he big man. Look, he says, I will raise up a prophet and seer of my own. Uh-oh. That means he ain't of the line. Uh-oh. And establish a new doctrine among mortals. That's proof Islam is not created for nor by Aboriginal Americans. See, behold, right? This is Allah speaking. I have a sword that will cut to pieces Luamongs or the false God Christ's kingdom on earth. Now, watch Allah. He about to start snitching, y'all. Watch this. For listen, in the old Egyptian libraries are books, tablets, manuscripts that will show the perversity of the Constantine Bible. Damn, son. Nigga, you inspired them for Christ. You, Gabriel, went personally and spoke to him. Now you don't turn around and snitch? See, yeah. I know, Hawk School. I know. It make you feel some kind of way when you find out that the God that you put so much trust in is really just a hoe ass nigga. How much time I got? And see, oh yeah, I almost forgot.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. 9 minutes.
9 minutes? I almost forgot. Hawk School, right? He made a claim, right, that Muhammad was a true prophet. That's what he said, y'all. Unlike him, I'm not going to twist his words. He said Muhammad was a true prophet. Well, is that true? Is that true? See, there's only one problem with Muhammad being a true prophet, right? And the problem is that we know that all of the Creator's prophets were Negroes. You can't trick the niggas with that, oh, he black talk shit no more. Oh, he brown. No, nigga. Niggas who way smarter, more practiced and advanced Muslims than you are, and the Master Farad Muhammad, and Louis Farrakhan, and Elijah Muhammad, all teach he was a white man. So bow down, nigga, when I come to your town, nigga. The higher light will easily be shown. See, there's only one problem with Muhammad being a true prophet, right? That we know all the prophets are Negroes. So the question is, what gives Muhammad the right to claim he's a prophet? Source: Ishmael in Islam. Ishmael in Islam. See, the claim is that as a descendant of Ishmael, Muhammad is the prophet and continues the line of prophets from the ancient times. They saying, right? So he think, right, that since he's a descendant of Ishmael and hence Abraham, that would mean he's a descendant of the Israelites and hence it would be cool for him to be a prophet, Nah, trick no good, nigga. See, what you and Muhammad don't know is it don't matter if you kin to Ishmael or not. The dagger is Ishmael is not the son of Abraham. So it don't matter if you kin to him or not, nigga. Ishmael ain't an Israelite. So it proving you can't be of that line, nigga. False God, false prophet. Watch this. First book of God. And God said, behold, there is a time to clear all things up. It's a time to clear up all this shit. Present and past. Look, this is what y'all don't know. If Abraham, right? This is OAHSPE, first book of God, 13:19. If Abraham were father to Hagar's son, Ishmael, and had he been true to the law of sacrifice among the heathen, then Ishmael, being the firstborn, hence first fruits, would have been chosen for the burnt offering and not Isaac. But why did they choose Isaac? Because Isaac is Abraham's only son. But look, so that means it don't matter if you kin to Ishmael. Ishmael ain't kin to Abraham. Rah-rah. Busting niggas bubbles. Now, 13 and 20. In which matter the Ezra Bible and Quran is shown to be false before the Creator in regard to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, and the burnt offering. But let me dagger this nigga. Let me dagger this nigga with Ishmael's own mama's words. Nigga. First book of God, 11 and 11, right? Angel numbers. Who talking? Hagar. Right? Look what Hagar said. And because how she's saying it, you can absolutely show she a sister.
4 minutes and 40 seconds.
She absolutely a sister. Look what Hagar say. This Ishmael mama, right? She say, hey, Sarah, did your God say that Abraham was the father to Ishmael? Sarah said, nah, he ain't say that, Hagar. She said, neither did I, bitch ass nigga. Hagar, did your God say, or Hagar said, did your God say that Abraham was my baby daddy? Sarah said, no. Hagar said, me neither, bitch. I didn't say it neither. That's Ishmael's mama. Bag drop. Headshot. Nigga. So Abraham, when it comes to the 14-year-old Ishmael, you are not the father. And Muhammad, when it comes to being descended from real Israelites, you are not a true prophet. Headshot. See, all I want him to do is just get in the bag before I shoot. Just get in the bag. I'm not trying to mess up this $20,000 alpaca, right? Because unlike Allah, at least alpaca is indigenous to America. What's weird is, right, Hawk School is the only person in world's history who is making this ridiculous goddamn claim. Everybody knows that Islam originated in the Middle East. Ain't no person using any amount of logic would ever debate Islam is somehow indigenous to America. In fact, your whole talking point is moronic and sophomoric. I have literally debunked everything this man has ever claimed to love. Every single one of his talking points was a lie. Remember what this debate is really about, right? Which spiritual system had the most Aboriginal culture? And be real with yourself. Who showed more American culture in their book? I showed more sources in my first round alone than he showed in his whole debate. He ain't going that Quran. I went in the Quran more than he did. Let that sink in. You kept talking about who wrote OAHSPE and Masons and Mormons and Mohammedanism. Thank you for wasting all the time. You were never on topic. He talked about all that, but you know what he didn't show? He ain't show no Aboriginal culture in his so-called spiritual book. I went into my book 127 times. Nigga, this bitch ain't gonna stop shooting till I melt a barrel. I went into Quran 8 times, more than he did. He ain't went in that Quran and showed you nothing Aboriginal to America. Nothing. Be real with yourself. Who showed more? Who showed more Aboriginal culture? Right? If you being real with yourself, this is easy. It's easy. All you got to do is not be biased. Just take it for what it is. Who showed the most? He ain't show you damn science. No. Listen, anyways, right? I'm going to let him go ahead and talk about OAHSPE, right? I want him to belittle it. I want him to talk crazy about it, right? And waste his time. It's as simple as that, right? I meant that. The movement of how he attacked it is sophomoric, right? I mean that.
Welcome to the Bat League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all Moors, all Indians. Come step in the ring and put your information on the table. Bat League.
Buzz the fuck up. What are Aborigines at up in here, man? Do your homework on AP. Ask him where the Aborigines at, bro. Do his deal. Y'all know my song. Turn me up.
Shout out to everybody in the motherfucking building, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Thumb up the video, support the channel, man. Y'all should already know the vibes, man. We cooking, man. Kosmon, fire last round. Hawk School, it's on you, brother.
Oh man, let's go ahead and spend a little time. Do you hear me loud and clear? Let's
You're
spend
good.
a
You're
little
good.
time.
You're good. You're good. Drop a fire emoji in the chat if your sound is good, y'all. Let me know if my brother's good. Y'all go. Keep going.
Let's spend a little time debunking the source of all this, right? Because that's important, right? It's important that we know where this is coming from. Let's first talk about what the American Indians teach, according to worldsbird.com. According to quote-unquote Native Americans, for lack of better terms, hawks are guardians, as well as messengers from our ancestors.
So she's always relied upon Hawks to protect them in trying times, mostly as messengers of warning, just as I'm a messenger of warning this very moment, right? Somebody wants to usurp your history and give credit to these sciences and this quote-unquote golden age of Islam to someone else, right? He asserts that some guy who lived in a cave caused an empire for 8 centuries, and not you, right? That's what the white man taught him in his book. Hawks are gatekeepers of the East, and they represent honesty and clear vision. Hawks are reliable words of truth. A hawk crying overhead may be a warning. I want live bombing is seen as a challenge. He says that I'm not going in the book, but all I've been doing is going in the book, folks. Right? All I've been doing is showing that the Muslim culture is the American Indian culture. This is the Georgia birthplace of the Creek Confederacy. Access genealogy says that the Spanish had noticed distinct cultural changes after leaving the land of the Appalachian and the Florida Panhandle, the towns in what is now the state of Georgia, right? Because I'm talking about my ancestors, not your white dentist, not a camel herder in the desert. He says the town in what is now the state of Georgia were far better planned than those of the Appalachians. The people were much taller. In fact, the men averaged a foot taller than the Spanish. The Spanish called them Indios Gigantes, which means giant Indians, unlike the Appalachian, unlike your prophet who seems to know so much about American Aboriginal culture. Well, we don't worship idols, right? We made statues of famous ancestors out of wood, stone, and ceramic. All the people wore brightly patterned woven clothes, while the men wore mustaches and turbans. Some of the female leaders also wore turbans. We know that the Cherokee chief, right, of Qualatown, don't forget to put the Allah in it, Chief Ata Kula Kula, right, a chief, right, emissary to England in the 1700s. Yo, that's killing nigga. Talk about Chief Atakula. How is this not American Aboriginal? And he has an Arabic name in the Quran. Directly mentioned in the Quran.
Hey, let's get a mic check. Your shit acting up a little bit, gang. Let's get a mic check.
Mic check, mic check. It's got to be StreamYard, brother.
Yeah, StreamYard probably acting crazy. Probably under maintenance. But, yeah. Let's try to get a mic check. Go ahead.
Mic check, mic check.
You sound a little better. Go ahead, do your thing. I'll pause your time. I'm gonna start it back.
Yeah, the settings is changed on the back end. No Diddy. Can you hear me now? Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Yeah, this shit.
Mic check, mic check.
It still sounds staticky, but we're gonna try to get through it. Go ahead, because this is your third crucial round. Get through it.
Now, when we read again in the history of the American Indians, and again, this is from 1775, 100 years before this blasphemous dentist ever had a word to say, right? When it comes to the American Indian, they pay no religious worship to stocks or stones. After the manner of the old Eastern pagans, neither do they worship any kind of images whatsoever. Right? We don't worship any images whatsoever. Now, his book is full of images. Right? Let's get the tablet of Empagatu. Right? This is laughable. Right? This is a tablet from his book. He wants to tell you that this is your culture, right? Not high sciences, not teaching mathematics, right? Not teaching you how to sail the world because it's written in Arabic. No, he's going to tell you this is your culture. This is what they teach. I digress. And it deserves our notice in a very particular manner to invalidate the idle dreams of the Jesuitical friars of South America that none of all the various nations from Hudson Bay to the Mississippi has ever been known by our trading people to attempt to make any image of the great divine being whom they worship. So when we're instructed to not worship idols in the Quran, right? He's mad because I don't agree with the Freemasons about the color of Muhammad. It says he was Asmar of complexion. I thought we already covered that in the first round. Asmar is literally a family surname that means brown, dark skin. It translates to black in Arabic, sir. I don't have to agree with the Freemasons, right? He says that the Al-Chaldees aren't in America, right? Well, let's not forget that Al-Chalde was also a title given to the indigenous leaders inside the Spanish missions who performed a large variety of duties. Here's Mayan Al-Chaldees in Guatemala, 1891, the same time that this white dentist was rewriting your history, right? We know that the Al-Chaldees is a term that was borrowed from Arabic. Are you mad at me? Because the judges studied Islamic jurisprudence, right? Which is found in the Quran. What do you mean this is not our culture? He says, oh, that's in Spanish territory. Well, newsflash, the Spanish borderlands, right, 1770, because in the late 18th century, Spain's North American empire extended across what is now the southern United States from Florida through Texas and New Mexico to Canada. What are you talking about? This is not American. It's Spanish. It's in Spanish territory. Where is this nigga from? Right? Because this color map marks that the Spanish Empire in North America extended into present-day Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. So where is this nigga from, y'all? Right? See, he doesn't know our history. He only knows what his white zaddy taught him, right? He says, well, if you want to know where to find whatever this guy, I don't know what he said, right? He's just making it up as he goes. Making it up as he goes. Here we have the American Indians with Muslim names and Muslim titles. But he wants to tell you that this is somebody else's history, right? That is some Japanese history. Qualatown, right? Also traditional were the settlements of the Cherokee in the highlands of western North Carolina, which had been known as the hill towns with their seat at Qualatown. Similarly, lowland valley towns with their seat at Tuskegee were more traditional, as was the upper town of Etowah. It was notable both for being inhabited mostly by full bloods. As many Cherokees of the other towns were of mixed race, right? Like his mixed race God, he tried to sneak past you. He didn't talk all this good white boy Arab shit, right? All 5 regions had their own councils, right? We were in charge. He wants you to believe that you were conquered by the Spanish. He wants to tell you that the Spanish territory belonged to someone besides you. Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and California. That's what the Spanish Empire in North America looked like, sir, when we were in charge, right? Borrowed from the Arabic, just like your book is borrowed from the American Aboriginal, right? He says that the Quran doesn't have American Aboriginal culture in it, right? Where is this verse? Let's go in the Quran and see what it says. We're not gonna go back and forth with all the mumbo jumbo. The Quran says if they break their oath after their treaty and defame your religion, then combat the leaders of disbelief. For indeed there are no oaths sacred to them. Right? These Freemasons don't keep their word. Fight them. Why? So that they might cease. What, treaties aren't American Indian culture? This is Indian Affairs, Laws and Treaties, volume, what is this, 5 laws compiled? There's tons of Indian treaties. That's not American Indian culture? Treaties aren't American Indian culture? Aren't Aboriginal culture? Just a whole bunch of made up names? Is that what culture is? Right? Arts and other manifestations of human intellectual achievements regarded collectively. Where are the achievements? Right? Of your devil worshiping, children loving prophet. Because all I see is a whole bunch of Freemason symbolism. Do we have the... He said he wanted to know what lodge did he belong in. We'll get to that. All right. We'll give you a little hint. He's in the Aztec Lodge. All right. You're going to get a whooping with the Freemasonic Aztec Lodge belt. As promised. All right. You wanted to know what lodge he was in. That's what you told me. Well, if he's in the lodge, what lodge is he in? You haven't shown any culture. All you've done is blaspheme all of the prophets of the Most High. That's all you've done, right? When you worship a white God. You said in your own presentation, right? According to your own book, well, Allah means Most High. That's what you said, right? So who are you talking about? What God do you want us to worship? Right? What did you build? What do you have to show for this so-called culture? Where's the development? Because this is the earliest known photo of the Shalom colony from circa 1885. Handwritten caption along the bottom margin identified both structures in the camp, such as the Octagon House and the temple, which was likely the first building erected at the site. And all images are courtesy of the New Mexico State University Library. Right? Because I don't have any sources. Where's the cultural refinements here? I don't see any. Right? I don't see any. This is the first mosque built by Islam, the Cuba Mosque. Right? The Cuba Mosque. I didn't come in here to get into all of that, right? I came to show and prove our culture. Let's go ahead and keep our promise. All right? We got some of his companions. All right? We showed you what the companions had to say about Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings of God be upon him, that he was brown. His hair wasn't too curly or too straight. He was just like you niggas. Right? That's what his companions say. Well, let's see what Kosmon's white prophets have to say. Right? Because we know worshipful brother Wing thought the copyright.
15 minutes. 15 minutes, gang. 15 minutes.
Oh, that's great. That's just enough time, right? That's just enough time to make sure we keep our promise about this pedophile cult of Freemasons. Because OAHSPE was in many ways the culmination of 19th century American metaphysical ferment that brought us New Thought, Mormonism, Theosophy, and related ideas supposedly channeled from spirits by a New York dentist named John Ballou Newborough, right? OAHSPE built on some, might say, borrowed heavily from the works of Andrew Jackson Davis in Theosophy, as well as emerging out of the spiritualist Milieu. The book is long, over 900 pages, complex, boring, and confusing. Right? Complex, boring, and confusing. Yeah, I told you. Wing Anderson bought the book. Get the new OAHSPE up here. Right? Wing Anderson bought the new copyright. Put out a new Bible for you, right? Because you don't like that the Mayan Alcaldes was a title that was given to the indigenous, right? You don't like that. That we can show and prove who controlled the Americas and by what system, right? You don't like that the Quran teaches us to go to war with those who break their treaties, who don't keep their word, right? You don't like that we know the Indian elders were given a book that you want us to forget, right? Because the Quran reiterates those we have given the book follow it as it should be followed. It is they who truly believe in it. As for those who reject it, it is they who are the losers, Kosmon. This is before your little era, right? Before your cult. Do we have his daughter's testimony, right? Because we don't want to just let anybody talk, right? Can we get the daughter to take the stand? Can we get the primary sources, since he wants to pretend that the Prophet Muhammad is white, right? These Shalamites, right? He's a Shalamite. You do know what a Shalamite is. It's an epithet meaning princess. What? You let this white man tell you was a princess, bro? You got these people all in the chat with you, right? And they done told you a princess, bro? You talking about this ain't no Mormon camp? Hey, man. I've already proved beyond a shadow of doubt that we're practicing American Indian culture, right? Everything about it, from the script to the title to the way it was revealed, even the prophet himself, right? That he tried to tell you was a white man because he's a Shalamite, right? He's a Shalamite. This is entitled Orphan Utopia. Wait, Orphan Utopia? Orphan Utopia? When the angels appeared to John Ballou early one morning, 1881, if nothing, he was not prepared. A dentist and a spiritualist. Dictating angels? Zoroaster? Wait, he talked all this Arab shit and Zoroaster? What is that? I can't even spell this stuff. Can the bot spell it? This revered prophet of yours? What is this? A Persian religious teacher? And it literally means one whose camels are old. You talk all this make-believe gibberish about Islam and camels, and your prophet has old camels, right? This is the guy in your book. These are the American Aborigines. This is our culture, right? You don't know our culture because you're not of us, right? You're from the Shalamite colony, right? This is the empire that they have to show for themselves, right? Where's the daughter? Let's go ahead and have some fun. since everybody bought their tickets, right? Enough with the pseudophilia, right? Because this guy's just rambling on and on about a whole bunch of make-believe stuff that nobody's ever heard of and probably will never hear of again. He's tried to make the prophet white, tried to make me agree with someone else, right? When we know what his objective is, right? The guy's a Freemason. A Freemason. Where is the actual document, right? Because I don't want you to think I'm making this up, and I have a promise to keep. I have a promise to keep. It's all types of Osiris in the book, right? We've already seen the Masonic symbolism in the book. But where's the proof that he's a Freemason, Hawk? You're just saying stuff, right? It would seem. But no, we have the actual testimony from his daughter. It's really sad that I have to be the bearer of this bad news. All right. From the New Mexico Historical Review. All right. Shalom, fact versus fiction. Written by his daughter. And here you see, right? I address this with reply and correction and state some simple facts about Shalom. Dr. John B. Nurborough, my father, his wife, my mother, and Andrew Holland, who would later become my stepfather. These are her words, right? About how her father studied many history books, including Darwin. Why he wants to pretend that Islam or the Quran ever mentioned anything about Darwin? No, that's what your prophet was studying, right? He was into spiritualism, right? He went to Italy, Germany, France, England, trying to make up this book he produced. OAHSPE. Let's get to the end, right? Because it's the end of the colony, the end of the Freemason cult, right? They were unskilled, inexperienced colonists. Wait, I thought you said we were the colonizers. Because according to them, they're the colonizers. Right? According to them, they're the colonizers, sir. Let's get to the end, right? Let's get to the end, because they're celebrating Christmas, right? Don't let them fool you. It's just another church, right? They're celebrating church. Newborough brought 3 more babies on from New Orleans when he came. That summer, cholera, infantum broke out. Many were sick and 3 died, right? So the kids are just dropping dead out here. After Newborough died, Holland went to Kansas City and got 9 more babies. And the next year, my mother went to Chicago and got 6 2-year-olds. What are they doing with all of these children? During this time, my mother had 2 women to help her, right? They didn't even have any money. Christmas and poor. This is a joke, folks. This is a joke. It's a scam. I don't have to slander them. They're slandering themselves. Right? I didn't tell him to draw the Freemason symbols in the book. He did it himself. I didn't tell him to follow these pedophiles. Here in that same report, she says during the 9 years that Andrew Holland was building Shalom, people continued to drift in and out of Shalom, just about as they had during Newborough's lifetime, right? Immediately following Immediately following Newborough's death, there had been an influx of people. For what? What were they doing? When they proved by continued idleness, they were only seeking a way to live without working and got rid of them. From the arrival of the babies in 1887 until 1900, I think I'm fair in saying that no more than 8 people came who were willing to do and did work.
4 minutes and 50 seconds.
Now, besides those, there were several men superior to the average ones, right? The Freemasons, the Lodge brothers, who came, scholarly, intelligent men by some means, right? Who, when they found they were unfitted for the work that was to be done, day labor, gardening, care of infants and children, left, not in a surly, disgruntled way, but in a friendly, cordial, gracious way, right? Because this is a house of prostitution for children. The daughter goes on to say, there was 10 small children. 3 had previously died, all sick, right? His 7-year-old, and his wife, John Tesson, came to see Newborough about something new and discovered our plight. He and his wife promptly got Newborough to bed, sent for a doctor, right? What angels of mercy these 2 people were. All of us got better, all except Newborough. Everybody got sick except for your prophet who's touched by an angel. On April 22nd, 1891, John Newborough died. Howland came on from Boston. In the room in the front term we called our parlor, he read the faith's burial service for his friend. The Masons in Las Cruces had asked permission to conduct Masonic rites, which they did following the faith's service. Both in the parlor and at the grave, Newborough was buried in Shalom, the place he loved much. And when we sold Shalom in 1907, I myself, and this is his daughter speaking, I myself had his remains moved to the Masonic cemetery in Las Cruces. So those are the facts, ma'am. It's a Masonic cult, right? Made up. His own daughter says everything was a fabrication. Hocus pocus yarn that Newborough was blindfolded to find Shalom is purely a Munchausen fabrication. He searched fully for a year before he found the spot that suited him, right? His train was taking him to California and passed through the Mesilla Valley. On his return, he stopped off and, not knowing anyone personally, he hunted up a brother Mason, right? And this man drove him up and down the valley. As they drove, Newborough finally saw a place that enchanted him, right? A private venture where they could have their way with these adopted children, right? The children of Shalom, who they would later go on to sue, right? Because their book teaches them such righteousness. They actually gave 2 of the children to the Tuskegee Institute. I don't have to tell you what they did with them. It's not for me to judge, but you have to ask yourself, is this your God? Y'all got it.
Welcome to the Bat League. This is the Aboriginal Power Debate League, where all knowledge is being tested, calling out all Aboriginals, calling out all Pan-Africans, all Hebrews, all...
Shout out to everybody that's in the building, man. We're going to finish cooking Kosmon Cal. Before we get into the answering and question round, you still have a 5-minute rebuttal to close out the round with.
Correct. Let me share my screen.
It's on you, brother. Yep.
Let me share my screen. You dig what I'm talking about? He was up there just waving the freak flag. It was crazy. Hold on. You know what I mean? He was doing a lot. He said a lot. He even basically said we was up here raping babies. You dig what I'm talking about? Now he ain't showed one dead baby, one raped baby. He just talking. And if you do a 2-second Google search on you dig this is what you gonna get, right? This is what you gonna get. But he asked the question. Let me blow this up a little bit for y'all so y'all can see this. He said, why we rock with the babies like we do. Right? So this is already in the debate doc. You dig what I'm talking about? It's called OAHSPE Rumors. It's already out there. A lot of what they saying has already just been debunked. If it was that easy, they would have been whooped on Kosmon. But they can't. But look, here go the answer to his question. Why do faithists, right, take in and adopt the unloved and unwanted children of this world? Besides the simple moral fact that it's a good thing to do, OAHSPE says, Book of Asham 4 and 6, it is better to label with a child, with one child, from infancy and then to maturity, to teach it rightly, than to strive with a score, 20, of you musty mouth ass niggas. Conceited fucks. It's better to teach one child rightly and raise him up and to strive with him than to be up here mealy mouthing with 20 of you conceited ass niggas who think you know it all. Right? At least I can help one child, but if I know if I help y'all, I'm gonna fail on 20. This is what OAHSPE say about you niggas. This is why we rock with the babies. Fuck what you talking about. Even acting like that's something wrong, you're weird. It is better to label with one child from infancy and then to maturity, to teach it rightly, than to strive with a score of conceited adults and fail to redeem one, who are the mockers of charity more than those who give to those who can help themselves but will not. Wisdom, uprightness of heart are like bread. Do not preach to unwelcomed ears. Nigga, I ain't never asked none of you niggas to be gang. Nigga. Are sermons of wisdom supposed to be forced into man's souls? No. But most importantly, what is the end goal for these children? That's what I want to address, because he tried to make it like a real nigga like Kosmon out here doing something to these babies. Let me show you what the end goal in OAHSPE for these babies is. And it came to pass that the offspring, these were indeed a new race in the world as to wisdom, love, purity, and spirituality, and also new in beauty and shapeliness. These are your babies. The like of which had never been before in all ages of the world. And they were birthed, and they were by birth so developed in suis, which is clairvoyance and clairaudience, the ability to hear and see spirits, or see high and lower than the electromagnetic spectrum, because that's all it is. You dig what I'm talking about? It's just the stuff right out of visible light. To see and hear either corporally or spiritually was all they required in order to wisely accomplish all things required for mortals. So they could read books by touching them. Never had to open the pages. This is what you got coming with when you rocking with the Creator for your babies. And the heavens were like an open book for the babies. And the libraries of the heavens as the sound of voices full of wisdom. Proving that this level of light, which accompanies accountability, is not for everyone. If you don't get this, it's not for you because you're spiritually dark and we don't expect you to get it. We don't get mad at dogs for barking. The same reason we don't get mad at you when we try to teach you geometry and you sit there like, you're a dog, you're low vibratory. You dig what I'm talking about? So we don't expect you to get it, right? We don't expect you to do something right. This is why people like us exist, because somebody got to do it.
Reset. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let's get it in, man. We got the 15-minute question and answering round coming up. You guys will be able to ask each other 2 questions within the 60-second time frame, and the person will be able to answer those within the 60-second time frame. Shout out to everybody that's in the motherfucking building, man. This was a fire debate. Drop a fire emoji in the chat. We're about to get into the most crucial part of the debate, the answering and question round. Shout out to Kosmon Cal. Shout out to Hawk School. This was one of them ones, man. This was one of them ones, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. We'll be right back in just a second. Shout out to everybody in the building. Thumb up the video. Support the channel. You already know the vibes. Let's go.
Hey, man, all I'm saying is, nigga, you always got something to say. It's like you don't shut up. On the track.
A lot of niggas died 1865. Single Michael fled high, I ain't gon' let it ride. Everybody hollering black was never on your side. They do maps to tell your apps where you sleep at night. They put that white man on. Got you begging them for answers like that white man know. Had you swearing you was African, that's that white man home. Had you proud to be a savage, that's that white man's zone. And I ain't talking shit, this my definition. If being savage was our nation, y'all be non-existent. We done took your ass out when we was in them kitchens. Instead of showing you how to live and how to maintain business. White supremacy fake. Only way that shit real is if you do what they say. We the guards to the gate. So when they say they fear God, now you know what they made. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you close to God, we don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive, we don't know the shoot. He should've died, you let him slide, cause he look just like you. I try to tell him all skin ain't kin. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we live. Can't be scared to die when we already dead. Either way, your life is stake no matter how you play it. My higher self said we should choose remain godly. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. Infiltrate they circles like a motherfucking Audi. Take them to the south and put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this club, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, snap full of chicken mockers. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some.
Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that boom, he gon' go down.
Y'all come on through, man. Y'all come on through. Hold on, I'm gonna drop the link. Hold on 1 second. Anybody want to come in for a hot second? Chop it up with your cousin. Go ahead, hit the link. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me chop it up real quick for a second. I got a minute. You dig what I'm saying? Salute to everybody who came through, checked out the debate. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to that boy Hawk School. Y'all got to make the decision. Who showed more Aboriginal culture in their spiritual text? Right? Which one of them was Aboriginal to America? Anybody want to come up? Yeah, we've been doing this about 4 hours. Aboriginal in the house. Nehemiah in the house. Shout out for everybody coming through. Black Royal Family, Just Me. Black Nino Macaroni up in this thing. Honor and Humility up in this thing. Dig what I'm talking about? Angelic. 720 Visions up in here. Fact of Fiction. Inspire Hope up in here. Yafa up in here.
Drop it. Drop it.
I'm talking about Daryl Kosmon. West Coast Connect. Juice up in this thing. What up, cuz? Dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to the gang. Dig what I'm talking about? Everybody for coming through. You know. Shout out to the haters. Jaw jackers and naysayers. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out my boy Malachi Maccabee. Dig what I'm saying? Shout out Tori and Howard. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out my dog Sachi. He said, I don't believe in none of this shit, Cosmon. I said, all right. You dig what I'm talking about? That's the whole point. You dig what I'm talking about? Look what Cal Easy say. Huh? If you just blindly believe it, then it ain't worth shit. But when you prove which one got more Aboriginal history in it, then it is what it is. We got to remember what the debate was about. Shout out Belinda Brown up in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Sister Tabitha up in here too. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out Milestones coming through. You dig what I'm talking about? Just showing out Nazarene up in this thing and seeing faith. And shout out to y'all. Shout out to the Detroit Bud Tour. Y'all go over there to the Detroit Bud Tour 2. He gonna have that hot fire show coming out. Yeah, what I'm talking about. Shout out everybody for coming through. You know what I mean? I'll drop the link one more time just in case. Anybody want to come through, I'll let your cousin. If not, we're gonna go ahead and burn rubber. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna burn rubber. That was that debate. Cosmon, Cal, Hawk School. Y'all decide who won. You dig what I'm talking about? I think it's self-evident. But I don't want to push nothing on nobody. Y'all make up your own mind. You dig what I'm talking about?
Create a gang is crazy. Boy, y'all better pay attention.
Yeah, the gang coming, create a gang coming. Turning up the light and watch some boys start running. Let me tell you something, we ain't out here doing nothing. I can tell you scared, boy, niggas stop fronting. It was all in the plan.
Well, ain't nobody came in yet. You know what I mean? Y'all hit that link, man. Come on in, chop it up with your cousin. Nah, you dig what I'm talking about? I'm gonna go ahead. Gonna end it out. You dig what I'm talking about? Professor X up in this thing. What's going on? He said approve the recovery code for you. What you talking about, bro? Oh, yeah, go ahead, bro. There you go. There you go, Daryl. I see it now. Go ahead. Yeah. See y'all boys. See y'all boys, Professor X up in here. What's going on? Naga Genie's live broadcast. He said I would come up, but I didn't see the debate. That's why we replayed it. You dig what I'm talking about? Well, you have to go back, catch this one. You dig what I'm talking about? It was an instant classic. I think it was one of the better ones. Shout out my boy Big Aboriginal Power for putting the debate on. You know what I mean? And you know, shout out to all the Aboriginal Algonquins out there. You dig what I'm talking about? North, South, Central America. You know, I think it was a win either way, right? Because in the end of the day, people got to see how much Aboriginal culture is in OAHSPE, and nobody got it more than OAHSPE. You dig what I'm talking about? Like it or love it, however you feel about it. It is what it is. You know, belief, you know, but in truth, don't need your belief. You know what I mean? So that's the, you know, that's the thing. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Now you know. You can deny it all you want to. Right? But one of us went in a book 127 times. The other one kept rehashing the same 4 verses. Did y'all catch that? You dig what I'm talking about? We're going to let the streets talk. You dig what I'm saying? I support truth. Right? Whatever the truth is, that's what I support, Nakajini. Right? So you support OAHSPE. I support the creator, the truth, the one, the all. You dig what I'm saying? Outside of that, I ain't rocking with nothing. You dig what I'm talking about? Nothing but what's objective. Right? Stuff you can't argue over, like the guy showed 50,000 years worth of American history in a debate, in a 3-round debate. You can't act like it didn't happen. You know what I mean? It don't matter if you believe it. Who cares what you believe? Belief ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It's subjective and only affects you. You know what I mean? So it ain't about me supporting nothing. I just stand on truth. And I ain't gonna move an inch. You know what I mean? Well, you know, since ain't nobody coming in. Hey, Naga. Hey, Naga. Do me a favor real quick. I just want you to breathe in and let that light in. Huh? Get that vortex moving. Breathe in. Let that light in. Because I'm Kosmon and I'm out.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh,
it's that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papa Bull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like Tao Zane, so as above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See, the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. OAHSPE flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force hits the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sealer. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door star. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a Angui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34.
Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. OAHSPE flow is so potent, set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.